Number 15 says the picture shows bean-shaped glands called nodes. The cluster of cells in nodes include macrophages that break down viruses and other potentially harmful materials. Nodes also contain cells that produce protein particles capable of capturing harmful materials that flow in tissue fluid through the nodes. Different parts of the body are drained by nodes in different regions of the body. Which body systems are directly responsible for the regulating of these nodes and protecting the body from harmful materials in the tissue fluid? Answer A says immune and lymphatic systems, B digestive and nervous systems, C endocrine and digestive systems, D circulatory and nervous systems. We know that the immune system is going to protect our body from any bacteria or from any harmful materials. So we can eliminate digestive system because the digestive system involves food, and B also. And circulatory and nervous system, and circulatory, it's more of how the blood circles around your body and not about protecting your body from harmful materials. And the immune system is about the one that protects. So A is the answer. Welcome to another video. Question 31 says, which of the following is an example of the endocrine system directly interacting with the nervous system? Answer A says the vertebrae protect the spinal cord from injury. B, hormones provide feedback that affects neural processing. C, sensory receptors in bone send signals about body position to the brain. D, the brain sends signals that control the speed at which food moves through the intestines. So as soon as we look at it, for a system to directly interact with the other system, it has to give feedback so they can be interacting with each other. And we can see that B says hormones provide feedback that affects neural processing. And with that, we can tell that that is the correct answer. Welcome back to another video. Question 50 says, a student studying interactions between body systems constructs this table. The student plans to fill out the table with phrases that describe an interaction between each pair of systems. Which of these phrases could be placed in the position marked with an X? Answer F says, provides nutrients to kidney cells. G, provides nutrients to brain cells. H, provides nutrients to nerve cells. J, provides nutrients to muscle cells. We can see that the X is under muscular and digestive system, so we can automatically cancel kidney, brain, nerve, and muscle systems interact with the digestive system, so it provides nutrients to the muscular. So J is the answer. Welcome back to another video. Question 9 says, during the final stages of human gestation, receptors for the hormone oxytocin increase on the smooth muscle cells in the uterus. The release of oxytocin during labor stimulates the smooth muscle tissue in the wall of the uterus. The vigorous contraction of the uterine smooth muscle helps push the baby through the birth canal so that delivery can occur. This process involves the interaction of which organ system?
So the answer here would actually be C. C, because we can see that the vigorous contracts, and in order for something to contract, it usually needs some kind of muscular kind of tissue or something like that. And since it's pushing out a baby through the birth canal, that's the part of the reproductive system. So, the answer would obviously be C.
Hi, welcome back to another video. Question 26 says, scientists studying illness caused by chemically contaminated food conduct research to minimize the effect of these diseases on society. These chemicals harm the body through interactions between the digestive system and the immune system. Scientists conducting this research are likely to describe which of these interactions between the digestive and immune systems.
So, once we read all the answers, you can tell that the answer would just be J, because chemicals will have to enter the digestive system through contaminated food, and then once to the body, the chemical contaminants impair the body ability to fight off infection and diseases. And the reasons this is because once inside the body, there isn't as much of a sort of immune system once then outside of the body.
Welcome back to another video. Question 30 says, kidneys are part of the excretory system in a human body. They purify the impure blood and send it back to the rest of the body. Which system is mainly responsible for the transport of the plasma to the kidneys? Answer F says the respiratory system, G, circulatory system, H, the muscular system, or J, the nervous system.
The answer here will be G, because if we see from just knowing what this means, it basically means that things basically travel around the body at once. And so here we're kind of seeing that we're kind of trying to see what is basically responsible for being able to transport and purify the blood that are going down to the kidney, transport. And so since the circulatory system is responsible for moving things around, aka transporting, the answer would just...
Welcome back to another video. Question 13 says, an informational pamphlet in health clinic describes a interaction between body systems. Which statement identifies the body systems that are directly involved in the interaction described and explains how they accomplish the interaction?
So if we look at the question, we can see that this little statement here, or paragraph, kind of talks about, things moving around the ovary, or, kind of migrating towards the uterus. So when we think of the words like ovary and uterus, we usually think of, a baby being born or something. So what's responsible for that would be the reproduction system. So the answer would just be C.
Hi guys, welcome back to another video. Question 21 says, Coracias garrulus is a blue bird with an orange-brown back. The offspring of this bird have an effective defensive mechanism. The young birds vomit and cover themselves in a foul-smelling orange liquid when they sense a threat by predators. Which two systems alert the young bird to the danger and help produce a vomit? It includes as defense.
The answer for this one will actually be A, because it says that the bird will basically puke on itself and when it senses danger, and what gives us basically that kind of sixth sense would be the nervous system, as we can see from there. And also, in order for the young bird to be able to cover itself in vomit, it will have to kind of throw up, and so what's responsible for that will be the digestive system.
Welcome back to another video. Question 39 says, animal body systems often coordinate their actions to carry out specific functions for the whole animal. Which of these correctly describes the interaction of two biological systems for a specific purpose in the human body?
Alright, so if we're looking at this question, it's basically asking us which one does the most actions for the animal body system. So the answer would actually be B, because if we look at the paragraph they give us, it shows that it has many things to do with the immune system, and antibiotics are produced by B lymphocytes to defend against invaders that enter. And it also has things to do like different systems and skins and nostril hairs to help keep avoiding the pathogens out.
Hi, welcome back to another video. Question 13 says, what two human systems work together to provide body cells with a constant supply of oxygen while removing carbon dioxide waste products? Now we have my friend here, Tiger, explain the answer.
Thank you, Ruth. So for this one, the answer will actually be C, because it's asking us what is responsible for carrying out oxygen while removing carbon dioxide waste. And so we all know that we use the respiratory system in order to circulate oxygen around through our lungs and out of our nose. Yeah, I'm blind.
Welcome back to another video. It's me and Tiger again. Question 26 says, when a person is suddenly cut by a sharp object, a nervous impulse is sent along a sensory neuron to the spinal cord. The impulse is immediately transmitted through motor neurons to produce a response. Which of the following correctly identifies and describes this response? Take it away, Tiger.
All right, thank you, Ruth. So if we look at this, the answer would be H. And the reason why is because it shows here how a nervous impulse is sent along a sensory nerve to the spinal cord. To impulse immediately is transferred through the motor nerves to produce a response. So basically what it's asking us here is, what it's telling us here is that once cut, something will actually contract or just move away from the object, which is basically what H is telling us.
Question 32 says, toxoplasmosis is an infection producing
Caused by the Pervades protozoan Toslium gondia mixed with the gondis, removed are more resistant to the T. gondia and developed by very few lessons on the brain tissue. The graph shows the result of a scientific study of normal adult mice infected with T. condili. Right, so the answer for here is, if we just read the question, we can see that it asks us which system most likely interacts and causes the severity of infection to vary. So basically, what controls an infection to be allowed or not allowed to go into your body would be the immune system. And so since, obviously the only one here that talks about the immune system in this, out of all the answer choices, the answer would just be G.
It sounds like
Healthcare workers are
R2D2.
exposed to many different types of pathogenics and netopathogenics, microorganisms, which body system work together to protect the body from pathogens.
The answer here is C, because what protects you, your body outside the system, is the immune system. And the digestive system is inside for foods, and muscular and vascular is your muscles. And D is not the answer. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to another video. So several structures work together to allow flowering plants to reproduce. The diagram shows a typical flower. Which table correctly identifies the function of each structure of group of structure in the reproduction of the plant? So right here we can see how each one has like different kind of things that is very unique and necessary for the reproduction of a plant. Okay. And so if we look at this, it's basically, we're just kind of matching what goes with what. So X, what this petal is basically used for, it's used to basically just attract pollinators. It's like different bees and like plants and like birds, for example. Like they would just bring pollen over to it. And since that one's the only one describing the petal, that means the answer would just be B. And if we were to continue on, you would see that Y is, if you look at these are both used Y is used to produce the male sex cells, and Z is used for egg production and embryo development. Thank you for watching another video.
Question 22 says, which of the following correctly describes the interaction that occurs between two body systems of a rabbit that helps the rabbit outrun a pursuing coyote?
All right, so for here it's asking us, how does the rabbit interact with the coyote when it's like being pursued? So when we think of something being pursued, things that will start increasing are things like your breathing heart rate, the circulatory system, and increases the blood system to provide tissue with more oxygen. The reason why this needs to happen is because when encountered by a danger, the rabbit will probably hit into a thing called fight fight or flight. And so basically the rabbit would basically try to choose to flight. And so in order to, run away, it's going to need more oxygen to be provided to its lungs.
Welcome back to another video. Question 48 says the human digestive system is approximately 900 centimeters long. Food is moved through the digestive tract primarily by... Answer F says bile produced by the pancreas. G, the enzymes amylase and pepsin. H, muscular contractions. J, hydraulic acid in the stomach.
So the answer for this will be H, and the reason why is because in order for the food to be able to move all the way down there, we'll basically have to be able to, our muscles basically have to contract within each other. So what that means is basically the muscles will kind of like move in, but also out. So thus kind of giving this kind of movement that would let food kind of go through the body in a way.
Question 4 says invasive plant species affect the interactions of living and non-living components of an ecosystem, so the removal of invasive plants is often necessary. The goal of most plant control methods is to disrupt or inhibit the function of different plant systems. For example, insects can be used to chew through roots or in order to reduce the plant's ability to absorb water. Which of these functions would be the most immediately affected by a reduction in water uptake by roots?
So if we look at this, it's saying what will immediately be, in jeopardy if the water uptake, is kind of cut off. And so one thing we can see is like H will not be the answer because water intake does not affect sunlight absorption. And G, it could kind of be the answer, but it's just not because it doesn't directly affect it immediately. And disease resistance, again, also could technically, but it's not the first thing that would be affected. The answer would actually be J because in order to, be able to process photosynthesis, you would need things like water uptake.
Question 27 says, a student reads this advertisement for a product containing a plant micronutrient that can be added to soil. Based on this information, the student can conclude that boron is absorbed by plant roots from soil and then...
So, looking at this, we can see that... Okay, looking at this, we can see that just by reading the question, we can see that the student can conclude that boron is absorbed by plants, roots from soils, and then... So in order to absorb something, it would have to be transported to something. And since both of these don't talk about any type of transportation, we'd have to eliminate B and C. And so that leaves us A and B. And let's just read the question for A. Transport to reproduction tissues by the plant shoot system. And so just by looking at that, we can easily tell that the answer is A. Because it talks about how it's using reproductive tissues by the plant's shot by its system. I think that's what I could both work.
Question 38 says a student conducted an investigation to study phototropists in grasses. The difference between the control group and the experimental group was light conditions. The control group was provided full light while the experimental group was shaded on the side. The diagrams show the average heights and position of the blades of grass in the investigation. Which statement best describes whether grass tips of the experimental group bent towards the sunlight?
Right.
Where's my phone?
So the answer for this will actually be G. So the answer for this will actually be B, because if you see from here, it's asking us what explains the sudden urge, or not really sudden, but what does it explain that the plants will actually want to go towards the light? And the reason why is G. Because it talks about how light sensors, which is, little specks of things that you'll find inside the grass, basically it's kind of drawn to the light in a way that it's just going to want to go towards it.
Welcome to our last video. Question 22 says, cytokinins are a class of plant hormones that help regulate growth by promoting cell division. Cytokinins are produced mainly in meristematic tissue where most plant growth occurs. Which system carries cytokinins produced in the roots to the rest of the plant?
So for this, we basically just need to know what each one of them means. So we can immediately cross out reproductive system, because the question isn't talking about anything, being produced or anything like that. We can also cross out the terminal system, and obviously just none of these. So the answer here would be just vascular system, because it's responsible for carrying glycose production in the roots to the rest of the plants.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Question number 49. Plants called sundews have rounded green leaves with many hair-like structures. The ends of these structures contain enzymes in a sticky liquid that looks like nectar or moisture, as shown in the picture. The hairs do not react to dust or non-living material, but will bend inward when insects get caught in the sticky liquid. Sundews digest trapped insects over a period of a few days. Based on this information, what functions do the specialized leaves or sundews perform? Looking at the answer choices, it's not A because insects do not give the plants water. It's not B because it doesn't respond to stimuli when insects are caught. And it's not D because catching an insect does not help the plant release pollen. So therefore our answer is C, provide nutrients to the plant and respond to stimuli.
Hello, welcome back to another video. A structure represents the illustration below are found in the lower epidermis of the plant leaf. The illustrations at right show the response to a certain environment condition. The response represented in the illustration most likely be caused by.
So the answer is D because leaves need water, and this picture over here represents a leaf not having enough water, thus it's drying up, so the answer would be D.
Hello and welcome back to another video. The internal transport of water and minerals in plants requires that two systems work together. Which diagram correctly describes how the two systems accomplish this? A plant transports water and minerals by absorbing it by root and then sharing it by the shoot system, which is the stem. So the answer for this will be F. Hello and welcome back to another video. The diagram shows the reproductive system of a plant. Which of the following best describes the interaction that occurs between a plant's reproductive parts during self-fertilization? As we all know, photosynthesis is the process where pollen is released into the air and then is gathered in an ovary of the plant. So this question is just explaining to you that the anther has the pollen, and when the air blows on it, the pollen goes into the stigma, which the ovaries are located, and the stem, the sperm fertilizes the egg. So the answer for this would be C. Hello and welcome back to another video. Some students are instructed to put a celery stalk in a red dye solution for a lab activity. First, the students carefully cut the bottom of the stalk with scalpel. Then they put the stalk in the beaker with the solution and place the beaker on the shelf in the lab room. The next day, they check the stalk and make observations. The students note that the leaves at the end of the stalk have changed color from green to red. The student cut across the celery stalk and used a hand lens to see that the small tube opening along the edge of the celery stalk are also red. The cross section is shown below. How do the plant system work together to make this movement of liquid possible?
So the answer for this question is F. The reason it's F is, as we all know in photosynthesis, let's draw a plant. This is our plant, and these are the roots. And when it rains, water goes down and hits the soil, and then it's absorbed by the roots. And the roots carries all the nutrients and stuff through the stem all the way to the leaves, and then the sunlight, the leaves absorb the sunlight to produce food and other minerals, and the leaves bring the food and minerals down to the roots, so the roots are strong and healthy, and the roots bring all the water and minerals inside the soil to the leaves, and the leaves are healthy. And the answer is F. Hello, welcome back to another video. The outermost layer of plant stems is dicotyledons consist of epidermal cells and guard cells that surround opening called stomata. The epidermal cells are usually covered with a waterproof layer that provides protection from injury and water loss. The stomata allows gas exchange. The epidermal cells and stomata have functions similar to those of which two human body systems. So what this question is asking us about the epidermal cells and the stomata cells. So in the question, it tells you that the epidermal cells are usually covered with a waterproof layer that provides protection from injuries and water loss, and the stomata cells allows gas exchange. Now the answer choice is skeleton. It doesn't protect you from injury and water loss, so it's not A. The answer is not B because it's not the skeletal, so B is not the answer. And it's not D because it's not the cardiovascular system, so D is not the answer. And the only answer available would be A. The intergumilitary system is skin, and the respiratory allows gas exchange. Hello and welcome back to another video. An animal wounds a tree by scratching away the bark. The tree can respond to the wound in many ways. Usually sap quickly covers the wound and the tree covers the wound with new growth. The diagram shows a cross-section of a tree with a healed wound. Which process worked most directly with the transport system to heal the wound?
Well, the answer is A because the tree is wounded, it needs to create more cells to heal itself back up, and for that is cellular reproduction. So the answer is A.
Hello, welcome back to another video. Leaves are part of the plant shoot system. The xylem tissue in leaves transports what?
First of all, the xylem tissue is part of the stem. So by knowing it's part of the stem, we know automatically that it transports something. So the xylem transports water and minerals that are absorbed by the roots. That is why the answer is C. Hello and welcome back to another video. Plant hormones serve as chemical messengers between cells and tissues. Auxin is a plant hormone that causes the cells on the shady side of a plant shoot to elongate. The response enabled by auxin is known as.
So to answer this question, you have to know what all the leaves are. Geotrophism is the growth of the part of the plants with respect to the force of gravity. So that's not the answer. Transpiration is the process of water movement through a plant and its evaporation from aerial parts such as leaves and stem and flowers. So that's a maybe. Photosynthesis is the process of which green plants and some other organisms use sunlight to synthesize food from carbon dioxide and water. So that's not the answer. And phototrophism, the orientation of a plant and other organisms in response to light, either towards the source of light or away from it. So that's not the answer. So the only one that's available will be G. So G will be our answer.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Copper is a micronutrient that can be found in soil. Copper is important for reproductive growth in plants and plays an indirect role in chlorophyll production. Which statement correctly describes the interaction that occurs between the root and the shoot system of plants to allow the reproduction to occur?
So the answer is G because the micronutrient, which is copper, is found in soil, and plants need the soil for reproductive growth in plants. So therefore the answer is G.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Recent studies and bone research indicate that using ultrasound on a broken bone can decrease the healing time by 25%. Which of these are the most basic levels of organization involved when a bone heals? So the question is saying the basic levels of organization involved when a bone heals. So it's asking about bones. And as you can see, B is talking about organ systems, which is not any bones, so B would not be the answer. A talks about the cells and tissues, which we know that's the part of the reproductive system. That might be a possibility. So we'll just keep that in mind. And C, it keeps on talking about the organ system again, as you can see right here. And again, it's not a part of the bones for bone healing. So it's not C. And D talks about tissue and organ system. And the organ system is talked again, so that's not the answer. The only answer that that could be is A.
Hello, we're back to another video. The table shows some observations made by 4 students during a field trip to a nature area. Which student made observations of a community of organisms? So the answer for this will be B, because B is the only one that consists of multiple types of species, and all the other ones talk about just one species in particular. So the answer will be B. Hello and welcome back to another video. A science class is planning a field trip to a local farm that has a large pond. Which of these following lists the order of biological organizations from smallest to largest that the students can expect to find at the pond?
So when you start off drawing the biological organization from smallest to largest, it starts off as an organism. So H and J will be eliminated. And then after that organism, it goes into a population. So F is not the answer. And then it goes from community to ecosystem. So all we have left is G.
Hello, we're making another video. Which of the following functions at the same organization levels as kidneys in human exoterial system? So the answer will be H. The reason why the answer would be H is if you're not familiar, the urinary bladder is P. Is when you go to the restroom and you use the restroom and you get P. Now, what the kidney do? The kidney filters out when you drink a soda or anything with sugar in it. What kidneys do? A kidney will filter out all the bad stuff into something good, and it takes all of the bad stuff and it makes it leave your body, which causes you to pee. So it's getting rid of all the bad stuff. So the answer would be H.
Hello, welcome back to another video. A student is studying the ecology of a playa lake, which forms after a rainfall in a dry lake bed. The table lists the organisms that the students observe. Which level of biological organization has the student described in the table? So first of all, we look at the question. It all shows that it's talking about shrimps: the fairy shrimp, the clam shrimp, the tadpole shrimp. The larvae, the fairy shrimp, and then day 4 none. But that's not important. So the answer for this will be, the first answer that we see is biosphere. That will be incorrect because biosphere is a sphere in Earth. So that cannot be it. It's talking about shrimp. It's not Earth. And B is saying that it's an organelle, and an organelle is any of a number of organized or specialized structures within the living cell. It's just talking about the shrimp. It's talking about the cells of the shrimp, but we're not talking about that. So B cannot be the answer. And then it says ecosystem. An ecosystem is a biological community of interacting organisms and their physical environment. In general, we use a complex network or interconnected system. So the reason that's not the answer is because it's mostly just talking about shrimp, and it's not a really complex thing. It's just a lot of shrimp and one larvae. So that cannot be the answer. And a community is the answer because it's just talking two or more things in a community. So it's talking about shrimps and it's talking about larvae. So the answer is D.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 1. The picture shows the student using a microscope to study a prepared slide of a single-celled organism. A single-celled organism can be classified as a prokaryote based on the absence of. The answer is D, nucleus. What separates a prokaryote from a eukaryote or something like that, the other one, is a nucleus. This one has one nucleus. a center where all the DNA is stored. This one does not have a nucleus. And that is the answer to that question. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
Hello, and welcome to Sex Ed. I've been told it's not Sex Ed. Welcome to biology.
Question 46. Some students use information they gather from a lab investigation to prepare a table. They entered the table in their lab notes. Which of these correctly identifies the two cells described in the table? The answer is G. Cell 1 does not have a nucleus, meaning that it is a prokaryote.
But there's also
Tick cell. And cell 2 has membrane-bound organelles, which marks it as a eukaryote. Ah, see, I knew it was spelled out. Cell. So that means the answer is G. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 23. Both Igliana and cyanobacteria are photosynthetic.
Whatever, are photosynthetic unicellular organisms found in pond water. The feature that distinguishes from is the
D. Presence of a nucleus membrane. The reason it is not A is because mostly all cells, well actually the reason it's not any of these is not right is because they are found in all cells. The reason it's not, the reason it is D is because it's the only possible distinction from eukaryote and a prokaryote. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 17. Which molecule synthesized by plants is a major source of energy for cellular processes in both plants and animals?
I know I still didn't say anything.
Are you mad at him?
plants sometimes use Sunny D for the energy
disappointed?
that
No.
comes
You pity him?
from
No.
sun
Are you mad at him?
in both
A
plant
little.
and animal
Okay. Can we work this out?
flower.
oh no, it's not just directed towards him.
No, because the flower eats the sun.
I can't fix
You're the
racism.
worst
Because it has
counselor ever.
teeth.
As you can see, you're laughing and he's smiling. So I'm
Angry flower.
no.
So it ingests the entire
He told
sun,
me that it was
and
because
we
he
get
didn't invite
a
y'all
black
or
hole.
you to the whatever we went to.
No, black holes are super
And it's
strong.
not the first time
So
we've
they
done
eat
shit like
the
this.
flower.
See, is this true?
The flower goes
guess, yeah.
into
Yeah. Now was this
the
intentional
black hole
or no?
No.
No.
and
Okay, it wasn't
everything
intentional. How does that make you feel?
It sure
dies.
feels like it
Yeah, it
was
feels
because
Now-
it's happened more than once.
Because
You're hurting his feelings,
everything
and he's your friend.
dies. Everything has
He's
to
your friend
start
and you're hurting his feelings.
anew.
Say sorry.
Sorry.
And when flowers eat the sun
And they're
again,
gonna do it again.
they produce sugars,
It's not even just his fault.
also known
So while you don't forgive him, you
as
understand.
glucose.
I don't blame
Therefore,
him the most.
The
out of
answer is
all
glucose.
people I'm mad at.
C.
Feel that?
Yeah.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Understand.
Hello and welcome. The picture shows a contractile vacuole of unicellular freshwater organism. The contractile regulates the flow of water into and out of the cell in an aquatic environment. This thing.
You would get keys for missions, and
This thing.
you would just whatever key you had,
Right.
you would do that
So,
mission. But now
what conditions cause this thing to fill with water? Well, let me tell you. All of this here, since you can't see it, is water. Everything here.
you can still get Loki cards.
Now, inside of here
From January all the way to March.
is also
I
water.
always miss it because last time
If you get too much water in,
and I wanted it so fucking bad
you get bigger and bigger,
to get what?
and you blow up. So in order for that not to happen, it has these little spikes that sort of warn the water. They're like, hey, water, back up.
A long time ago.
So the water
I did it with
flow
4 people and you had to
gets
kill them
controlled.
twice or whatever.
In order for it to have this, though, the concentration of water must be more than the concentration of water inside. Therefore, the answer is F. The concentration of water is greater outside the cell than inside the cell. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome back to another video. Question 10. In the early 1900s, a scientist hypothesized a link between DNA and the production of proteins in the cytoplasm. However, the fact that DNA could not be found outside the nucleus led to scientists to believe that another substance was also involved in the synthesis of protein in the cytoplasm. In the 1940s, scientists performed an experiment that ultimately identified the site of protein synthesis. Okay. They also identified the molecule responsible for transporting information from the nucleus to the site of protein synthesis. What was the newly identified molecule? Now the question is asking us to find out the molecule responsible for transporting information inside of protein synthesis. Now, in order to transcribe or decode DNA, you need mRNA, which is gene. And that is the answer. Because, protein synthesis, you need DNA, RNA. It serves to decode DNA. Think of DNA like a language, and this is a translator. So, yeah. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
I don't remember.
Hello and welcome back to another biology video. This diagram shows cellular activity across a cell membrane. Glucose in high concentration outside the cell. We have the cell membrane there. Glucose in low concentration inside the cell. The answer is J. Homeostasis and transport of molecules. And the reason why it's that is because you can see these little circles here kind of going through this hole and transporting onto the other side.
Yes.
Goodbye and thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome to another video.
Question 22. Cells can generate as many as 36 to 38.
Molecules of adenosine triphosphate,
ATP from
V.
no way.
Metabolism of one molecule of glucose.
Why'd you crop it out?
Because I was distracted.
Okay, metabolism.
Of one molecule of glucose.
Which cellular process results in the amount of
ATP.
AT production? The answer is H. Because aerobic cellular respiration is the process in which our cells break down food and turn it into energy that cells need to perform their life functions. This lesson...
Okay,
that's it.
Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 37. Some students use the vinegar to dissolve away the shells of 3 eggs and use these eggs as models of human red blood cells. The students observed the changes in the eggs when they were placed in different solutions. Which statement best describes the role of the cell membrane in this model? The answer is C, since the main function of the cell membrane is to allow things in and out. Right here you can see that it is allowing the vinegar to go inside and outside, eventually resulting in this. That is all. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Which group of organelles is directly responsible for production of the new molecules within a cell? And the answer here is A.
You're gonna see it. The reason it is A and not any of the rest one is because
Avengers.
in B, only Golgi apparatus is responsible for production of new molecules. The reason it is not C is because plastids are not responsible, well, directly responsible for the production of new molecules. The reason it is D, the reason it's not D is because these two are not directly responsible for the production of new molecules.
Okay.
And that is all. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
Oh, no.
Hello and welcome to another video. The cellular process known as the sodium-potassium pump was discovered in the 1950s by Jens Christian, a Danish scientist. This process is a form of active transport that moves 3 sodium ions to the outside of a cell for every 2 potassium ions that is moved into the cell. Which of these best explains why energy is needed for active transport? Now, the answer will be D. Because the sodium-potassium pump, the process of moving sodium and potassium ions across the cell membranes, is an active transport process involving the hydrolysis of ATP to provide the necessary energy. It involves an enzyme referred as Na positive, K positive, AT phase.
Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 6.
FaceTime
Which of these
semicolon.
statements best explains the process of energy conversion that takes place in the mitochondria? The answer is J, since it states ATP. If you didn't know, ATP is the process in which energy is made with the usage of glucose. It's not H,
Well, I can't. I put it so that I
G,
can't make any
or F
FaceTime
because
calls
H is
if I'm
talking
on
about
Wi-Fi.
fire. You don't want fire in your cells.
That way I don't accidentally waste
It's
my
talking,
data.
and right here it's talking about energy conversion. Water molecules and radiant energy are necessary for an energy. Yeah, but it's just talking about breathing. That's not good.
Could spend the rest of his life behind
Just
bars.
clarify.
How
This
old
is just talking about how
Oh, he's only got like
molecules
3
bond
years
together,
left.
and that has nothing to do with the cells at the current moment. So the answer
That's it.
is J. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 29. Which cellular process takes place in the ribosomes that are bound to the endoplasmic reticulum? The answer is C. The reason it is C is because ribosomes are primarily responsible for protein synthesis. Because they make more proteins. So, yeah. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome back to another video. The human immunodeficiency virus often affects and destroys CD4 T cells. These CD4 T cells are one of the many kinds of white blood cells that are an important part of the immune system. The most common danger related to the destruction of CD4 T cells is B. An increase in the threat of diseases caused by microorganisms and viruses. The reason why the answer is B, because the white blood cells is one of the most important parts of your body and immune system, and if the white blood cells go down, that means it's easier for you to get diseases. Goodbye, thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 46. Viruses can be transmitted through air, water, food, insect bites, and direct skin contact. Once a virus gains entry to the body, it invades the whole cell in order to J. Access cellular processes for replication. The reason it is J is because whenever a virus goes inside a cell, it immediately tries to replicate it and infect it, creating more infected cells. That's how a virus spreads throughout your body. So it is J. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 2. The 1918 influenza epidemic killed between 50 million and 100 million people worldwide. This epidemic happened near the end of World War I. More people died from the influenza epidemic than were killed in the war. Which of the following explains why this virus was so deadly worldwide?
You know which war was the greatest? The Infinity War. But I have to tell you, the moment when Spider-Man died was the saddest, man. I was devastated. Oh man.
Honestly, that wasn't the saddest one for me.
Letter F. Infected soldiers returning to war. Yeah. The main reason virus
No, I
spreads
didn't.
is true.
They spoiled
Air,
it for me already, so I was
Food.
just like,
It's so stupid.
I don't know why people
And
like
water.
spoiling movies.
I don't either.
and also other people too.
It's if you spoil movies.
That's why viruses are so
How's
deadly,
Spider-Man
because it can
literally
infect
have-
anything.
How does Spider-Man do?
In the comics,
So the answer
you
is
know how
J.
he snaps, right?
Since
He
H, G,
does
and F
that,
both include all of
and
these
half
reasons.
the population dies. and
Goodbye, and
each
thank you
one
for
of the
watching.
ones-
Hello, and go back to another video. Question 36. The picture shows a 3D model of a virus called a bacteriophage. Bacteriophages can infect bacteria such as E. coli. In what way are bacteriophage and E. coli alike? The answer is J. They lack membrane-bound organelles, just like all bacteria and prokaryote cells. If they had a nucleus, that would be problematic because prokaryotes aren't supposed to have nucleuses. So the answer is J. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Models of the human virus HIV and an animal cell are shown below. What is the difference in the function of gluconase structures of an HIV virion and the cilia of an animal cell? The answer is F, because cilia is used for movement. Circle F. And thank you for watching.
Hello, and welcome back to another video. Question 50. The H1N1 flu is a highly contagious viral infection caused by the influenza A, H1N1 virus. The symptoms of a H1N1 flu are listed in the box below. An antiviral agent administered within 48 hours of the appearance of symptoms can reduce the severity of the illness. Why is it important to administer an antiviral agent to an infected person within 48 hours of the appearance of symptoms? The answer is G. The reason it is G is because the virus duplicates quickly. Whenever it infects the host cell, it quickly activates the cellular replication process, and creates more infected cells, which spread. That's why it should be administered quickly and not too late. Goodbye, and thank you for watching. Hello, and welcome back to another video. Question 15. A person infected with the human immunity deficiency virus, HIV, may not have any symptoms for a period of time. During this period, the virus affects the body by doing which of the following? HIV is known for weakening the immunity system of a person, and causing the immunity system to produce more infected cells that contain HIV. So the answer is B. Goodbye, and thank you for watching. Hello, and welcome back to another video. Question 29. Severe acute respiratory syndrome, SRARS, is an illness caused by a coronavirus. Symptoms include a high fever, headaches, and body aches typically occur 2 to 7 days after infected by the virus. SARS is more serious in elderly patients. This information suggests that the reproductive cycle of the SARS virus is. The answer is D, because of light tick. The light tick is one of the two cycles of viral reproduction. Yeah, the reproduction cycle.
Yeah, after
The other one being lysogenic.
I'm like, wow.
The reason it is light tick is because light tick is primarily where the viral infection self-destructs,
Yeah, I just want to.
while lysogenic is where it infects the host to create more.
Rave about how everybody's.
So it is D because it is quick. Well, this one can last for like months, like a really long time. It varies quickly.
It was.
But light tick is guaranteed to be quick, so it is D. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
You understand?
Yes, I do. Hello, and welcome back to another video. Question 1. A photograph of a virus is shown below. The projections on the surface of this virus allow the virus to attach to the host cell. Now, these things allow it to attach to other cells so it can infect them. Usually a cell, like an animal cell, would have cilia that would allow it to move.
I think it's a vision. Adam Warlock.
So it would be B.
Or some.
Goodbye, and thank you for watching. Hello, and welcome back to another video. Question 45. Cold sores are caused by the herpes simplex virus type 1.
The only two movies.
A company that wants to develop antiviral drugs will ask a research immunologist to study. The answer is A. The reason it is A is because they're asking a research immunologist to create an antiviral drugs. In order to stop the process, you need to prevent cells from even replicating in the first place, which is A, the mechanism used by the virus to infect cells. It's not B, C, or D because they don't ask about the replication of the cell or how it infects the cells. The virus infects the cells. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 7. Part of the cell cycle is shown in this simplified model. This part of the cell cycle is best described as a process that,
Everybody.
as you can see here,
Then he goes back in
They were
time.
missing out on a whole superhero.
Part
two
one,
cells,
Part 2.
or rather one cell,
Part 3.
has become two cells. Which means that the answer is B,
Bunch more
since the cell is
left
divided
over,
into two.
but just to see, we
1
only have those
equals
7.
2.
6.
No,
It is
7.
not A because
Forgetting about whole
while the DNA is being replicated, there are more parts of the cell that are being replicated. It is not C because it's not maintaining genetic homeostasis, and it is not synthesizing new molecules. It's just creating a copy of it. The answer is B. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 33. People who have leukemia, a cancer that affects white blood cells, are often...
Leukemia. A cancer that affects the blood cells are often given cytarabine. This drug inhibits the synthesis of DNA. Which phase of the cell cycle is most affected by cytarabine? The answer is B, because of the S phase.
The reason it is B is because the S phase is responsible for the synthesis of the cell. And as you can see,
Eggnog is good.
it is good.
Eggnog is good. People put whiskey.
The drug inhibits the synthesis of the cell. It wouldn't affect these two because they're the gap periods, and M is when cell divides. So it would affect it, but not as much as S. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 24. The diagram shows cells in different phases of mitosis. A student is trying to find a cell in the particular phase of mitosis. The student is looking for evidence that spindle fibers are separating the chromosomes to ensure that each new nucleus has one copy of each chromosome. Which cell is in the phase of mitosis that the student is searching for? Now, the question already tells us.
Making it just this movie.
It tells us that it's looking for when
want to play the
when spindle fibers are separating the chromosomes to ensure that each new copy has one copy of each. Now, it can't be 4 or 3 because they've already completed the process. It can't be 1 because it has yet to be entangled, so it is 2. They have just separated and have copies of each other, copies of each chromosome. So the answer is G. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 34. Cells pass through a G2 checkpoint before entering mitosis. Ideally, if DNA damage is detected, the cells do not enter mitosis until the damage is repaired. Why is DNA damage repaired before cells enter mitosis? Now, if you don't know, mitosis is when cells are replicating, turning into 2. 1 equals 2 copies of itself. And if one of them is damaged, that means that the damaged cell will get into more damaged cells, causing bad things to happen to your body. So the answer is J.
You should put Black Panther in Detroit.
Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video.
That's good.
Question 20. The model represents a change in the DNA content of a cell during the cell cycle. Which part of the model represents the S stage, which is the synthesis stage? S equals synthesis. Just imagine that's a synthesis. Now the answer here cannot be J or F because they represent the beginning, when it's already completed and when it hasn't even started. The reason it is not H is because the cell activity is constant. And as I've said before, DNA synthesis is when one cell divides into 2. So it is J. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 52. Scientists can bioengineer skin in a laboratory to treat severe burns and other types of skin injuries. This bioengineered tissue is grown from living cells. The cellular process that enables the cells to grow and develop into tissue is called J, mitosis. Mitosis is the process in which a cell replicates into 2 forms of itself, which are called the daughter cells. It can't be H, G, or F because they are not relevant to the question. We don't explain how a cell becomes 2. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 22. Checkpoints occur between the stages of the cell cycle. If a cell does not meet certain criteria at the end of a stage, it will not move to the next stage. Which of these occurs just before the cell enters the G2 stage of the cell? Cycle. Now, in order to answer this question, you need to know that the G2 checkpoint is responsible for checking the cell size and the DNA replication. In order to answer, knowing that, answering this question should be easy. The answer is G. It can't be H, J, or F because J occurs in another cycle, a stage of the cell cycle. It can't be the F one because the nuclear membrane never disintegrates, it just replicates. It can't be H because centrioles have no correspondence to this question, or they're not related to this question. As such, the answer is G. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Telophase is a stage of a cellular process that begins after the chromosomes have moved opposite sides of the cell. During which cellular process does the telophase occur? The answer, as you should know by now, is D. The reason it is D is because mitosis is the process in which cells replicate, meaning they become two. Well, one becomes two. And as such, the answer is D. It can be A, B, or C because they are irrelevant. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. A photomicrograph of an onion root tip cells during mitosis is shown below. Which phase of mitosis is occurring in the cell indicated by the arrow? As you can see here, the arrow is indicating when the chromosomes split apart. That will mean that it is anaphase, the stage of mitotic cell division in which chromosomes move away from one another to opposite poles of the spindle, meaning the answer is H. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 33. Which of these must occur during S phase of the cell cycle so that two daughter cells can be produced during the M cycle? Well, M phase. As you know, the S phase is for synthesizing the cells, meaning the DNA is being replicated, which means it's A. It's not B because that's later in the stage. It's not C because that's way before the stage. And it's not D because I don't believe... Wait, no, that's in the first stage. G1, not S. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. The surface of the stomach is lined with epithelial cells called surface mucosa cells. These cells produce a thick mucus that coats the epithelium on the inside surface of the stomach. What is the purpose of the mucous coating? As you know, the stomach is filled with acids that break down food.
That's disgusting.
I know, right? If those acids were actually in contact with our stomach, it would burn a hole in it. And that would be bad because it would leak away all the food we ate. As such, it is H. The epithelium protects us from the acid within our stomachs. No! Okay. So that it doesn't burn a hole through us or hurt us in any conceivable fashion unless there's a serious problem. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Question 35. The table below lists the types of white blood cells found in humans, indicates how abundant they are, and describes their functions. The two most abundant types of white blood cells may both be involved in a response to which of the following? As you can see here in the chart, the two most abundant types of white blood cells are this and this one. And as you can see, their purpose is to protect and produce antibodies against toxins and attack and engulf microorganisms such as viruses. That means that the answer is D. The body is currently, if these two are the most abundant ones, it is more likely that the body is fighting a bacterial infection. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 51. Most plants have hair-like cells called trichomes that project from the surface and help the plants in many ways.
Hey man, say man.
What are they?
Can it be mine? Oh. In some plants, trichomes secrete toxic substances that most likely perform which of the following functions? Which function? Now, as you can see here, the question already tells us that plants, trichomes secrete toxic substances. Now, these substances aren't able to do anything against water loss, aren't able to reflect light off leaves, and they aren't able to absorb carbon dioxide. The most logical answer would be B, since toxic is meant to discourage insects from trying to eat the plant. As such, the answer is B, like I said before. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 19. From a single fertilized ovum undergoing a series of rapid cell divisions, a human infant develops. The embryonic cells become specialized for a variety of functions. Which of these statements best describes how different cell types develop? Now, if you know the basic characteristics of cells, you should know that each cell has an identical copy of DNA within their nucleus, with enzymes controlling them to evolve in the specific way they need to, which means the answer is C. It can't be A or B or D because they are not true, and as such, irrelevant to the question. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 12. As a fertilized egg divides, the cells differentiate because they... Now the answer, as I've said previously before, is J. Cells have DNA within them that specify what they should evolve into, such as a skin cell or a sperm cell.
Being boring.
Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 35. Researchers Robert Briggs and Thomas King used ultraviolet radiation to destroy the nuclear DNA of frog eggs. Why? Nuclei from adult skin cells and from tadpole gut epithelia cells were cultured and then injected into eggs that had their nuclei destroyed. The results were tadpoles. Which conclusion is supported by the DNA from this investigation? By the data from this investigation. Now, as you can see here, as the pictures clearly depict, the DNA from these cells went into the frog egg cells, and they became tadpoles. That is because the DNA within these cells became the DNA from the frog egg cells because of the gene specification code, or the specific gene code. As such, the answer is B. It can't be D because mutating that fast is really unlikely. It can't be C because there was no transcription. It can't be A because it was not silenced. So the answer must be B. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 47. Cell differentiation is critical during embryonic development. The process of cell differentiation results in the production of many types of cells, including germ, somatic, and stem cells. Cell differentiation is most directly regulated by, as you know, the cells have a specific code designed to make up the specific cells, which is DNA. The answer is right there, B. It can't be A because that's an energy process. It can't be C because those are fats or long-term storage of energy. And it can't be D because that's short-term storage of energy. So the answer is B. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 50. Oncogenes are mutated forms of genes. Oncogenes can transform a cell into a tumor cell. Some tumor cells are benign while others are malignant. How does the presence of an oncogene lead to the formation of a tumor? Now, as you know, the presence of a tumor indicates that something is wrong with the cells. Now, out of all these answer choices, the obvious answer is G. Cell division is unregulated. When cell division is unregulated, it could lead to serious issues such as described here, a tumor or cancer. Because the cell production is unregulated, so problems could occur with the cells, and those problem cells replicate, overriding the pure cells. It can't be F because ATP is just concerned with energy. It can't be J because that's concerned with infections and bacteria. And it can be H, because it is not inhibited. So the answer is G. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back. You want to read it? It's another video.
Cells typically respond to DNA damage in 3 ways: by ceasing to grow and divide until the damage is repaired, by permanently ceasing to grow and divide, by dying. In 2010, a group of scientists reported that a certain kind of immune reaction caused DNA damage that leads to fourth response. DNA damage can turn off genes and involved in signaling the pathways. Turning off the genes can cause less mature cells to divide rapidly, often leading to the development of tumors.
Okay, good. The reason it is A, tumors, is because tumors is when cells.
It's not a tumor.
Okay.
It's not a tumor.
When cells divide uncontrollably and unregulated, leading to problems like that. The reason it's not D or B is because this has nothing to do with the allergic reactions of cells or the cardiovascular system. The reason it's not C is because we are not having a blood infection or something like that. So that means the only logical answer is A, tumors. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video.
Atherosclerosis is a disease that obstructs blood flow and therefore oxygen supply to target organs. A major component of atherosclerosis is the excessive reproduction of smooth muscle cells of the blood vessels. Certain drugs may have the potential to reserve or prevent the unregulated reproduction of the diseased vessel cells. Which of these processes is the most likely target of these drugs?
In order to understand the question, or to answer the question efficiently, you need to look over the answer choices. First, let's start with J. The reason it is not J is because cellular respiration has nothing to do with the division of cells. The reason it's not H is because, while DNA transcription is important for the decoding of DNA, it is not important in this question. The reason it's not G is because there is no arthroblast differentiation. The reason it is F is because during cell division, it could be a problem if they were to excessively reproduce and unregulated reproduction. It could lead to tumors and, cancer, as I said before in the other videos. So basically, this. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 41. The diagram below represents the cell cycle. When cells leave the cell cycle, they exit during G1 phase and then enter G0 phase, a resting period. Most normal cells can leave G0 phase and re-enter the cell at G1 phase before entering S phase. Cancer cells are different because they cannot enter G0 phase and are likely to do which the following. Now, if you've done any background research, you should know that cancer is when cells reproduce erratically, meaning they don't control. They just keep on going and going and going and going and going and going, which means that the answer is C, because they keep on repeating continuously dividing. They don't die, they don't mutate, and they don't fail to complete. They do complete, they don't mutate, and they don't die. They just continue going on. That's why cancer is so dangerous, because it keeps on reproducing. That is all. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Difference in traits such as hair textures are determined by difference in. The answer here will actually be G. The reason why is because a sequence of a nucleotides in a DNA is a nucleic acid sequence is a succession of letters that indicate in the order of nucleates with a DNA or RNA molecule.
Yay.
Thank you for watching our video.
Hello.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Sadly, Christian isn't here today. A student used poster boards to construct this model of a section of DNA. Which statement describes this model of DNA? So just looking at this chart that they give us, we can see that G is to G, A is to A, and T is to T, which is actually not right. It should be something more like G would be to like to C, and something like also T would be to A, and back to C would also be to G. So this model is actually incorrect. And so if we were to look at all of our answer choices, the answer would actually be A, because the model is inaccurate because the base pairs are incorrect. Thank you for watching this video.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Nitrogenous bases are located on both strands of the DNA double helix. What is the significance of nitrogenous bases? The answer will be B. The reason why the answer is not A is because it's asking about, it's telling us about the RNA strands, and it has nothing to do with the DNA double helix. The same as D. And the reason why C isn't the answer is because it has nothing to do with the question it's asking. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hello and welcome back to another video.
Hey.
Yeah. Each strand of a DNA molecule contains a nitrogenous base that pair with the other nitrogenous base. In very specific ways, a diagram of a section of DNA is shown. So it shows the DNA strand here. Which DNA strand is complementary to the one shown above? So basically it's looking for a DNA strand that will match with this one. So if we look at ours right here, we see that the first one is T, and we know from probably previous classes that T would go into A. So we would have like A here, and G would go to C, and T again would go to A, and A would also go into T. And if we would look back, we would see that that one of the answer choices actually matches with this DNA strand, and that would actually be H, which is A, C, A, and T. And if we kept going, we would actually notice that they all actually go together. So right here you see G, and that would actually be C here, and C would all go to G, and then T and A, and so on. Thank you for watching another video. Hello and welcome back to another video.
Obviously, it didn't hit her head.
A segment of DNA is represented in illustration. How is information for a specific protein carried on the DNA molecule?
If we look at this question, we can see that it is asking us for a specific protein carried on the DNA molecule.
I deleted my pickle.
And nucleotides are organic molecules that serve as the monomer units for forming the nucleic acid polymers DDoXYRIBONECL. So the answer would be Sega.
Thank you and video. Welcome back to another video. Lucky for us, this question is actually very similar to the other ones. Let me just go ahead and read it. A student builds a model of a DNA strand. Which of these models of a DNA strand shows bases that are complementary to the ones on the student's DNA model? So what this question is asking us is basically just to match the ones with the ones on the right to something on the left. So if I would recommend that we start from the top and just go to the bottom and not just go to the answer straight ahead. So we know that C would actually go to G, and A would go to T, and G would go to C, and then C would go back to G, and so on and so forth. So let's just start eliminating the ones that are not these. So we see that A, it's C, T, A, and C, which doesn't match with that. We see that B is G, U, C, G, which also does not match with that. And we see that G, T, C, G matches with that, so it could be that. But D also matches with that. So then we're just going to keep going, and we see that C is G, A is T, and T is A, and C is G. And while we completed it, we can see that C is actually not the answer, and so the answer will actually be D. So if I were to write this down on the side, G equals C, T equals A, and also reversed, A equals T, and C equals G. Thank you for watching another video. Hello and welcome back to another video. The sequence of nitrogenous bases in DNA varies widely. The sequence of bases in the DNA is most important for which of the following? So, like we saw last time, a sequence of a basis will actually be basically like some kind of trait that will basically give instructions to an organism. So, going off of that definition, the answer would actually be A. Thank you for watching this video. Hello and welcome back to another video. In 1952, Rosalind Franklin took the X-ray photograph shown below, which gave the world its first look at the DNA. By studying this photograph, scientists gave knowledge about the blank. So this question is actually extremely self-explanatory. So we can see that this is actually a double helix structure. So that basically already answers our answer, which is J. And the reason that is extremely self-explanatory because, as you can see, it's literally shaped as a helix, and there's two of them, so it would just be a double helix structure. The answer wouldn't be G because there's no sign of mutation from this. And it also doesn't show any kind of role in protein or synthetic. And it also doesn't show the sequence of DNA that makes up a human genome. Thank you for watching this video.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 18. A model of a DNA molecule is shown below. The arrow indicates, as you can see here clearly, the arrow indicates two what seem to be hydrogen bonds trying to bond. Now, how I know this?
You know what?
DNA has nucleotides.
I'm not going to take
Actually,
no for an answer.
nucleotides. It has 4 nucleotides.
You doing something after?
C, G.
No, you're not.
Basically curves to curves and
Yeah.
stick to non.
C to G and T to A. And as you can see here, this is probably C bonding with G. That means that it is H. It is not G or F or J because they are irrelevant to the question. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Characteristics such as a widow's peak or attached earlobes are determined by the genetic code. Which components of DNA are referred to as genetic code? The answer will be G, the nitrogenous bases. The reason why the answers are not F, H, or J is because the hydrogen bond is a weak bond between two molecules resulting from electrostatic attraction between a proton in one molecule and a electronegative atom in the other, which has nothing to do with genetics. And the reason why it's not F and H is because it's mainly due with oxygen and oxygen codes in cells. Goodbye. Hello, and welcome back to another video. How does DNA in cells determine an organism's complex trait? The answer will be A. The reason why the answer is A and not B, C, or D is because A gives a really complex explanation on what DNA actually is and what it is determined for an organism. The reason why the answer is not B is because it gives a false interpretation on what DNA actually is, because DNA is formed into a double helix strand and not a long single strand. The reason why the answer is not C is because it is a very bland answer and it doesn't really give a really good explanation on what DNA really does. The reason why the answer is not D is because it has really nothing to do with the answer or what the question is asking us. Goodbye.
Hello and welcome. Number 18. Researchers combined sequences of fruit fly DNA from a gene for a particular trait with frog DNA. The mixture was heated to separate the DNA strands. Cooling allowed the single strands to form pairs. The researchers observed that some of the fruit fly DNA paired with the frog DNA. The results provide evidence that, so if you get the DNA here and the DNA here and you mix them, right, then once you mix them around together, you give it a good little swirl, that would mean that everything, from here would also, and here, would also be present in here at the same time. So this kind of mixture here would obviously have similar nucleotides that are present. Thus, the answer is F. Thank you and have a great day.
Hello and welcome back to another video. In the early 1980s, scientists were able to produce two biomolecules by splicing a human gene into a bacterium E. coli to make recombinant human insulin and growth hormone, which statement best explains why this experiment was successful. The answer will be C. The reason why the answer is C is because it gives us a complex and very detailed explanation on why this was so successful. The reason why the answer is not A, B, or D is because it really has nothing, neither of the answer choices really have nothing to do with the question was asking us or anything. It had nothing to do with anything of the matter. A really had nothing to do with the question. B had nothing to do with what the scientist was trying to prove, and D really has nothing to do with growth at all. It really just gives us a brief explanation on bacteria. Goodbye. Hello, and welcome back to another video. Organisms can be classified based on homology, which is shared characteristics inherited from a common ancestor. In the past, homologies were based on studies of anatomical structures and patterns of embryonic development. In more recent years, the use of molecular biology techniques has allowed homologies to be compared at the level of nucleotide sequences. Nucleotide sequence comparison are possible because all organisms share which of these following. The answer will be F. And the reason why the answer is F is because mainly when certain organisms share the same functions, like skin tone, eye color, hair color, it will be based off of their DNA. The answer won't be G, H, or J because when you look at the definitions and the answers that were used, it has nothing to do, none of these have nothing to do with sharing functions like skin tone, eye color, or even hair color, and even basic little small features Goodbye. Hello and welcome back to another video. 4 different types of cells are shown below. Which characteristics is shared by all 4 cells? The answer will be D. Genetic materials are composed of DNA because if you look at all the other answer choices, they really are wrong and doesn't really contrast to what they all contrast from each other. It's certain characteristics that contrast from each other. So A, mechanisms for transforming sunlight into energy is mainly for the plant cell, and self-locomotion is practically for the virus, and membrane-bound organelles that transport substance is mainly for the animal cell or the human cell, leaving D to be the right answer. Goodbye. Hello and welcome back to another video. The fact that a strain of yeast with a certain defective gene can use the human version of the gene to repair itself and evidence that yeast in humans is B. Share a genetic code. The answer really can't be anything else because if two different things that have a complete different contrast has the same function as each other, they practically share the same genetic code, making A, C, and D not make any sense and have nothing to do with what the question is asking us. Goodbye. Hello and welcome back to another video. A model of biological process is shown. What is the purpose of this process? The answer will be J. To translate the genetic code into a specific sequence of an amino acid. F, G, H really doesn't make sense because the model of each of those will be completely different from J. So the answer will be J. Goodbye.
The initial steps in gene expression are modeled below. Double-stranded DNA first unwinds into 2 strands. Which process and product are represented in diagram 2?
Answer A says process transcription product mRNA. Answer B says process translation product protein. C process replication product tRNA. D process recombination product polymerase. Diagram 2 shows a transcription. So we can eliminate B, C. We can eliminate C and D. So the answer is A because the product is an mRNA, which becomes a double-stranded DNA. Question 10 says, part of an important cellular process involving a DNA strand is modeled below. What is the purpose of this cellular process? Answer F says, preserving genetic information for future generations. G, deleting the information in the sequence produced from the DNA template. H, transcribing information in the DNA sequence for use by the cell. J, producing more nucleotides for the DNA sequence. For F, preserving genetic information for the future generations. That is not possible, so F is cancelled. G, deleting the information in the sequence produced in the DNA temple. It shows that 5 is added to 3, so it can't be deleting. Transcribing information in the DNA sequence for use by the cell. It is 5. It is adding to 3, so it is transcribing, producing more nucleotides for the DNA sequence. It doesn't show that it's producing anymore, so H is the answer. Question 48 says, which of the following polypeptides is coded for the mRNA sequence? AUGG, UUAAA, CGA, CAA, UCC. Question, we're going to be separating 3, so UGG, G, UUAAA, CGA, CAA, and UCC. So here you can see that A, first base, A, then you go to U, no, A, and then second base, U, and then G, methionine. So the first sequence is going to be methionine, so F and J you can eliminate because the first answer choice is vowel and E, and that's wrong, so it's either G or H. Now we're going to go to the second sequence. It's GUU, so G, then U, and then U, and it's valine. So we can automatically eliminate G2 because after met is aspartic acid, and that's not it. So H is the answer. Question 11 says, a section of a nucleic acid is shown below. The process represented in the diagram produces a molecule that is complementary to the template strand of DNA. What type of molecule is produced? Answer A says new DNA, B polypeptide, C messenger RNA, D carbohydrate. For D and B we can eliminate because we can see that it's not a carbohydrate nor a polypeptide. To see what strand of DNA, what molecule is being produced, we can see here that these are letters that are coming here to get paired up with their correct template strand. So this is like a message sending to the DNA, and that's why it's a messenger RNA, not a new DNA, because a new DNA would be just the strand. So the answer is C, messenger RNA. Question 54 says, the Arctic fox inhabits northern areas of North America. The same Arctic fox is shown in the drawing at different times of year. What causes this change in fur color? Now they show us a picture of a white fox during January, and during July it's dark. Answer F says the alleles of fur color change as the Arctic fox grows older. G, genes expression for fur color is regulated by latitude. H, the Arctic fox has 2 traits of fur color that are determined at birth. J, gene expressions for fur color is regulated by temperature. We can see that for January it's cold and it's winter and there's snow falling, and in July it's summer, the sun, and it's hot weather. For F, the alleles for fur color change as the Arctic fox grows older. It doesn't make sense. So I think F is not right. For G, gene expressions for fur color is regulated by latitude. There's nothing here that talks about latitude, so G is not the correct answer. H, the Arctic fox has two traits for fur color that is determined at birth. If it was determined at birth, they wouldn't be changing colors throughout the years. And J, gene expressions for fur color is regulated by temperature. So in January, they have white fur because of the snow and it's cold weather. In July, they have less fur because it's summer and they adapt to the temperature, which is like sunny and all that. So J is the correct answer. Question 20 says human bone, muscle, and nerve cells all contain the same number of chromosomes with the same complement of genes. What enables the cells to perform specialized activities? Answer F says the ability of some cells to remove unnecessary DNA sequences. G, the regulation of gene expressions within each cell type. H, the mutation of genes within each cell type. J, the use of different methods of cell division. Cells cannot remove unnecessary DNA, so F is automatically no. The mutation of genes within each cell type. Genes are mutated, so H isn't the answer. Cell division cannot be the reason why cells are able to perform specialized activities, so J isn't the answer either. The relation of genes expressions within each cell type. Each cell type has a gene expression, so that's the reason why they are able to perform specialized activities. So G is the answer. At birth, Himalayan rabbits are usually white over their entire bodies. But when parts of their bodies reach temperatures below 35 Celsius, a pigment that causes these parts to turn black is produced. Which of the following is the most likely to cause this phenomenon? Answer A says poor blood circulation. B, infection caused by cold temperatures. C, gene expression that is regulated by temperature. D, a trait that is both sex-linked and hormone-dependent. Answer A and B cannot be the answer because poor blood circulation cannot cause a pigment and an infection will be something outside of the skin. So D, a trait that is both sex-linked and hormone-dependent. That can possibly be it. C, gene expressions that is regulated by temperature. The question does mention temperatures, and it does say that whenever the body reaches below 35 Celsius, a pigment comes out. So it's a gene, not a sex-linked or hormone-dependent. So C is the answer.
In 1917, the biologist Thomas Hunt Morgan conducted studies in which he kept some caterpillars in the dark and placed some others under red, green, or blue lights. Exposure to the red light produced butterflies with brightly colored wings. Exposure to green light resulted in dark colored wings. Exposure to blue light or no light resulted in pale colored wings. What was the most likely conclusion of Morgan's research? Pause for a minute and try it for yourself first. You can cross out J, which says caterpillars exposed to red and green light are healthier than caterpillars exposed to no light or blue light, because it does not say that anywhere in the paragraph. So you can automatically cross out J. You can also cross out G, which says the phenotypic expression of wing shape depends on the color, pigmentation, and butterflies. They both were the same caterpillar. They were just placed under different lighting, so that has nothing to do with the result. So that makes the answer H. Different types of mutations can occur in DNA. The diagram represents a type of mutation. Which statement describes the mutation in the diagram? Pause for a minute, try it for yourself first. Just by looking at the answer choices, you can cancel out G because it says a substitution occurred within the adenine base and there was no a substitution. You can also cross out H because nothing was deleted from the base. F as well because there was not an insertion. So the answer is J because a base has to be inserted into the DNA to get a mutation. Without a base, nothing can happen. Which of these is the direct result of an error in the transcription of DNA nucleotide? Pause for a minute and try for yourself first. This is a very easy question, and you can cross out answer choice G because that wouldn't cause an error to happen in the DNA nucleotide. You can also cross out F and J because neither will cause an error, and that makes the answer H. The survival of a species depends on its ability to adapt to changes in the environment. A species must be capable of surviving and reproducing despite changes to food sources, climate, and other threats from predators. Which statement correctly describes the way that mutation increases the likelihood that a species will survive in a changing environment? Pause for a minute and try for yourself first. You can for sure cross out answer choice J because mutations are not always passed on to subsequent generations of species. And mutations is not the only cause of disease, so you can cross out G. And H doesn't make sense or apply, so that makes the answer choice F. Thank you for watching. The table shows a DNA sequence and 3 types of mutations that can change the DNA sequence. Which mutation will cause translation to stop? Pause for a minute and try for yourself. You can cross out answer choice A because mutate 1 is UAG, which stops, but AGG doesn't stop. So you can cross that one out. And for answer choice C is AAA, and AAA doesn't stop, so you can cross this one out. And for D, you know that 3 doesn't work and 2 doesn't work, so this one can't be right either, so that makes the choice B. A segment of DNA produces methionine, threonine, histidine, aspartate, and glycine when translated. A substitution mutation occurs and causes the synthesis of the segment as shown. New DNA strand TACAGGG TGC TACC which is the new peptide chain when the new DNA segment is translated. Pause for a minute and try for yourself first. Once you translate it, you will see that the answer is D. Thank you.
Now, the reason it is D is because when you look at the translated segment right here, A, U, G causes you to go to methionine start. You go to the following segment, UCC, U, C, C, it gives you serine, which is right here. And that's the only possible answer choice. So it is D. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Question 49. In the 1960s, the molecular biologist George Streisinger developed the strand slippage hypothesis. Streisinger noticed that mutations occurred in areas of DNA that contained many repeated sequences. When a strand slippage occurs, error occurs, and insertion mutation can result. How does the insertion mutation affect the DNA? The answer is A. The reason it is A and not B, C, or D is because DNA cannot delete nitrogen bases.
Are you doing your research project? Are you a researcher?
No, I'm doing this. The videos.
Wait, we gotta do it?
No, it just us. It can't be C because DNA. If DNA damaged nitrogen bases, then that would be really bad for your body. It can't be B because why would it want to spread the error further? So it needs to be A. It adds them in order to combat against the mistakes. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
I'll read it. Yeah.
Hello,
and welcome back to another video. Early onset Alzheimer's disease affects people
Number
under
4.
the age of 65. Less than 5% of people who are diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease have this type. Many cases of early onset Alzheimer's disease are inherited. And
A type known as the familiar Alzheimer's disease, FAD, which statement is supported by this information.
Now the answer is F. The reason it is F and not G is because natural selection does not reduce the possibility of Alzheimer's happening as a genetic disorder, which means, genetic change right there. The reason it is not J is because it doesn't, deletion of one amino acid does not mean that bad cannot occur again. Alzheimer's affects people that have inherited this disease, so it does not only affect the genes of middle-aged people. As such, the answer is F. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 39. Sickle-shaped red blood cells result from a mutation in the gene that codes for hemoglobin. This mutation results in sickle cell anemia, a partial sequence of bases from a normal hemoglobin gene and a sequence that results in sickle cell anemia are shown below. What type of mutation is depicted in this sequence? As you can see right here in the picture, graph, or whatever shown below, the only difference between this one and this one is this specific code right here. As you can see, it has changed a T to an A, which means it's substituted. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Question 21. A codon chart is shown below. Which of these changes to the DNA triplets 3, GCT5 will affect the protein produced? The answer is A. The reason it is A is because the original translation of this code is equal to arginine, and every single other one is also equal to arginine. However, GTTC is equal to C, A, and A, which results in glutamine. So the answer is A. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 53. A mutation that occurs in the gametes of an organism will most likely be transported to which of the following? The answer can only be B. It's not possible to be C or A because you'd have to inject the gametes to the other organisms, and right here it doesn't give us that specific situation. It's not D because the only thing that is transferred is diseases. The answer is B because parents pass off their genes to their offspring. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Question 6. Albinism is an autosomal recessive condition. Which circle graph shows the genotype probability when an albino female mates with a male that is hetero for the albinism trait? The answer is F. The reason it is F is because in the question it tells us that albino is a recessive condition, which means it could equal to the small a. And the male is a heterozygous or albinism, so it has A and A. Since it shows us that the albino female is an albino female, that means that it has the female is equal to A, and the male is equal to A and A. It can't be H, J, or G because G has too many that are included, and H and J don't have enough, so the answer is F. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Question 29. In Holstein cattle, the allele for black hair color is B. is dominant over the allele for red hair, color B, or lowercase b. The allele for bald, uppercase B, or lacking horns is dominant over the allele for having horns, lowercase b. What is the expected phenotypic ratio of the offspring of a BBPP times BB times BPP cross if these alleles sort independently? Now the answer is D. The reason it is D is because the phenotype ratio predicted for dihybrid crosses is 9, 3, 3, 1. And as you can see here with your eyes, the only possible answer choice is D. Ta-da! Goodbye and thank you for watching.
Introduce. Hello and welcome back to another video.
The 4 butterflies in the illustration represents the offspring in the F1 generation.
Which statement is best supported by the phenotypes of these offspring?
Let us read the answer choices. A. The F1 generation is composed only of males. As you can see here, it doesn't give us any details of that, nor do we have any specific characteristics of males present in these 4 pictures.
Don't assume their genders.
B. 2 of the offspring in the F1 generation will not be able to reproduce. Again, it doesn't specifically tell us that, so we can't know that. So it can't be B or A. D. 2 of the offspring in the F1 generation will experience a spontaneous mutation. We have no precedent for this. That's 4. So the only possible answer choice is C. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Question 46. Chickens can have different types of feathers. Frizzle feathers curl towards a chicken's head. Assume that feather type is determined by a single gene, and that the allele for frizzled feathers is dominant over the allele for straight feathers. In a cross between 2 chickens with straight feathers, what percentage of the offspring can be expected to have frizzled feathers? Now the answer for this is F. Why is it F? Because frizzled does not appear between 2 chickens with straight feathers. As such, it doesn't enter the equation. It cannot possibly exist. It's like saying, can I have a car after only having 2 pieces of mud?
It's like saying, can I have a prom date?
So the answer is F, because it is impossible to have it. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
Hello, and welcome to another video. Facial dimples and free earlobes are both considered dominant human traits. What are the expected phenotypes of the offspring of a female with dimples and free earlobes and a male with no dimples and attached earlobes? The answer is F, because according to the question that was asked and the information that was given to us, it wouldn't be H or J, specifically because it tells us that 50% will have dimples and attached earlobes and 50% will have dimples and free earlobes, meaning H and J wouldn't be automatically crossed out. And the reason why the answer is not G is because the question that was given to us didn't have anything to do with, the answer G doesn't really give us a brief, full information on whether it has free earlobes and attached earlobes. It says no dimples and attached earlobes, which means the question G is crossed out.
Press that button right there.
Goodbye.
Question 51. Normal fruit flies have a brownish yellow bodies, and this body color is dominant. A mutation in the gene for body color can produce flies with an ebony body color. A homozygous normal fruit fly, E positive, E positive, is crossed with a homozygous ebony fruit fly, EE. What is the predicted outcome of this genetic cross? The answer is C. The reason it is C is because in the question it states that the yellow brownish color, E positive, E positive, is dominant, which means even if it has one of the ebony EEs, it will still result in brownish yellow because it is dominant, which means E plus and E is still equal to E plus. So the answer is C. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
Where you going?
Question 24. In the 1860s, Gregor Mendel performed numerous dihybrid crosses between pea plants. Dihybrid cross involved the study of the inheritance patterns related to two different traits. In guinea pigs, the allele for black fur B is dominant over the allele for brown fur B, and the allele for short fur F is dominant over the allele for long fur F. What percentage of the offspring from a BBFF times BBFF cross would be expected to be heterozygous for both traits? The reason the answer is G, because as you know, 9 to 3 to 1 is the expected phenotype ratio. And since we're looking for the heterozygous trait, it would be 4. And 4 over 16 over 4 is equal to 0.25, which is G. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Tomato plants usually have hairy stems. Hairless stems Hairless stems are presented in tomato plants that are homogeneous. Receives for this trait.
Zygous.
If the stem characteristics are determined by a single gene, what is the expected outcome of crossing two tomato plants that are heterozygous for hairy stems?
As you know, and as I've said before twice, 9 to 3 to 1 is the ratio.
Right after school.
And right here it tells you that hairless stems present in tomato plants are homozygous recessive. And it's looking for the expected outcome crossing two tomato plants that are heterozygous for hairy stem cells. And as you can see here, 16 divided by 4 is equal to 0.25. So that means that 25% are hairless stem cells. And the rest, 75%, are hairy. So that means that the answer is A. It is not B or C because it is impossible to get that outcome when you're crossing these two specific characteristics. It's not D because it's not equal. As you can see here, it says recessive compared to dominant. So the answer is A. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome back to another video. As several pea plants with the genotype TTYY are crossed with pea plants of the genotype TTYY, what percentage of the offspring will be expected to have the capital TT, capital Y, lowercase y allele combination?
The answer is A. The reason it is A, and as I've said it before, 9 to 3 to 1 would create something that looks like this. And since we're only looking for 1, that is equal to 25%. And that's why it's A. It's not B, C, or D because they exaggerate the percentage of the offspring that will inherit this trait. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome back to another video. In Cocker Spaniels, the allele for a black coat color B is dominated over allele for a brown coat color. If a brown Cocker Spaniel is crossed with a heterogeneous black Cocker Spaniel, which of the following genopic ratios can be expected?
As you can see here, when you cross these two, the recessive trait
Singer, rapper.
with the dominant trait, these are the only possible choices that you receive. And as such, it is F, because BB does not appear anywhere in this cross. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Which diagram demonstrates how crossing over contributes to genetic variety during meiosis?
Is that a different picture?
The answer is C. The reason why the answer is C, not A, B, or D is because each A, B, or D is diagrams for different things. B is a diagram for...
You know that purple one?
a diagram for cells in general, and it has nothing to do with mitosis. D is a.
It's like a laser.
D is a
DNA strand being
DNA
translated.
strand being translated, and
A is a cross.
A is a cross. So the answer will be C. Goodbye.
Question 11. During meiosis, homologous chromosomes exchange genetic material. This exchange of genetic material, the answer is simply A. The reason it is not B, C, or D is because chromosomes do not affect the probability of mutations. It's random. It doesn't affect these two either, because it doesn't affect diploid or haploid numbers. The reason it is A is because whenever you exchange something, for example, it goes to B times B.
That would have been funny.
So it increases the variation.
It knocks it down and turns out it's just cardboard.
Goodbye and thank you for watching. Also, this is why incest is kind of forbidden in most states, because it causes accidents to happen due to their genetic material. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
Hello, welcome back to another video. 19. Human body cells each have 46 chromosomes on their nuclei. Meiosis is necessary in order to ensure that each gamete produced in the human body has.
The answer is G. Now, the reason it's G is because you had to divide 46 by 2. That results in 23. It's not J because it does the opposite and multiplies it. It's not H because that's incorrect. It's not 12 because that is not 46 divided by 2, so the answer is G. Also, if you have more or less than 23 chromosomes, it would result in a bad health issue. Alzheimer's, or wait, Down syndrome, yeah.
Yeah. You don't get Alzheimer's from
I know.
missing.
Goodbye and thank you for watching. Question 12. Sexual reproduction in animals depend on the production of gametes.
Why are we the people in color?
Which of these processes produces gametes in animals? As you know, the answer is H, because meiosis is the separation of cells. Forget that. It's not G because that's when the sperm reaches the egg. And it's not mitosis or binary fusion, so they have nothing to do with gametes. The answer is meiosis. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Remember, meiosis is when the chromosomes and the cell separate in order to form new cells. So that's why it's H. Now, really, goodbye and thank you for watching. Here you go.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Crossing over between non-sister chromatids during meiosis is significant in heredity. This process most likely leads to an increase in which of the following?
The answer is J. The reason it is J is because when you cross over something, especially non-sister chromatodes, that means they're not related. So you're introducing two new things to one another. So it would increase the variety of the genetic variation. It's not H because it has nothing to do with the question. It's not F because we are not given dominant traits. And it's not G because gametes do not add to the answer. So the answer is J. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome. In gel electrophoresis, a DNA sample from an unknown donor is placed in a small well at one end of a special gel-coated plate. Samples from known donors are placed in other wells on the plate. An electric current is passed through the plate, causing DNA fragments to separate. The size and location of the separated fragments can be compared for similarities. The more similar the locations and size of the fragments, the more closely the donors of the samples are related. The diagram shows 4 samples being compared with an unknown sample. The donor of which sample is most likely closely related to the donor of the unknown sample. So, we basically have to match up every single one. So,
this one matches with all of these. However, these two match with these two. These two match with these two.
You have your wisdom too.
So on and so forth. Compared to these that have a little to no correlation. So thus the answer is H. Thank you and have a great day.
Question 44. The photograph shows a laboratory investigator examining samples of DNA in a procedure called PCR, or polymerase chain reaction. Using PCR, the investigator can create thousands or even millions of copies of a fragment of DNA for closer investigation. And which of these situations will PCR be most useful? Now, in order to answer the question correctly, we must go through every single one of those. I'll start with J. The main reason it's not J is because blood type has nothing to do with this. The reason it's not G is because when you have a DNA, you only have one strand, it's impossible to find the other twin's DNA strand. The reason it's not H is because you only have a single, like, small little strand. I mean, you can create thousands, but it's only thousands of that one same copy. As you can see here, millions, thousands of copies. The reason it's F is because when there's a crime scene, there's usually small amounts of blood or hair dust or, stuff like skin flakes. And right there, it would be most useful to use PCR to get more copies of the DNA to find a culprit who matches with the DNA. That's why the answer is F. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
A genome-wide association study involves searching the genomes of many people in order to find genetic variations associated with common diseases such as cancer, asthma, and diabetes. These studies are possible because of computer databases that allow researchers to compare the genomes of people who do not have a particular condition with genomes of people who have the condition. In order to do this type of testing, researchers need blood samples or cheek swabs from people. Obtaining these samples is necessary because blood and cheek cells contain... Pause for a minute and try it for yourself first. This is a real easy, simple question. In order to find out if someone has a disease, you have to have what? DNA, because DNA is what makes you. So with that being said, you know that the answer is going to be G, a complete set of DNA. Thank you. The picture below shows a person karyotype. Which of the following can best be determined by examining this karyotype? Pause for a minute and try it for yourself first. This is also a very simple question. You should, as you see on 21, it has 3 extra chromosomes, which is the I can't spell, y'all. 21. I broke the pen again. Hold up. 21. And this is down. This means you have Down syndrome. Oh my God, I broke. I think it's just broke in general. Like, I don't think you can be fixed. So let me just do it with my hand. Scratch that out. Down syndrome. And looking at the answer choices, see, you can just cross that out. We know what karyotype is. It shows a person, it doesn't show a person's gene that. It shows chromosomes. So automatically you can cross all of them out except A, because none of them say chromosome, because that's what a karyotype does. It shows chromosomes. Thank you. The technique known as chromosome painting is the result of scientific research. Scientists use chromosome painting to mark the location of genes of unhuman chromosomes with fluorescent tags. It is also possible to apply this technique to the chromosomes of many different species. Chromosome painting allows for which of the following? Pause for a minute and try for yourself first. So if you read the paragraph, this right here is the paragraph. Okay. If you read it, because I know you don't read, I don't read. It says it is also possible to apply this technique to the chromosomes of many different species. Now, if you read between the lines, it's telling you that you can make a comparison between genomes of different species. That's what it said. You know what? Let me highlight another color. This is what it says right here. That's what it says. Looking at the answer choices, which one look like that one? F. So the answer is F. Thank you. Researchers studying populations of lizards from the what is that? Genus Galatea of the Canary Islands compared to The table shows a number of differences in the Which conclusion about the relatedness of the lizards does this data show? Pause for a moment and try for yourself. This is the easiest, a simple question. If you look at it at the chart, oh, you better stop. Okay, if you look at the chart, here's this one, Atlantica, and here's this one. When you look right here, there's nothing. So they're least likely closely related. Thank you. The answer is F. A.
Question 49 says, citizens are whales and the relatives. The diagram shows the fossils of citizens. Which statement provides the best evidence that AN is an ancestor of Basilosaurus isis?
Answer A says homologous structures occur in each fossil. B, similar nitrogenous bases are found in the DNA for each fossil. C, the fossils were found in different locations. D, the youngest fossil is larger than the older fossil. We can see that D is not the answer because Basilosaurus isis is way smaller than the Ambulotus names. And the Ambulocetus names is older than the Basilosaurus isis. So the youngest fossil is not larger than the older fossil. So D is not correct. It is not stated in the question that the fossils were found in different locations. So therefore C cannot be the answer either. We don't know if the DNA in each fossil are the same, so B cannot be certain. Therefore, A is the answer. A homologous structure occur in each fossils because they're all the same fossil.
Bactrian camels, dromedaries, llamas, and alpacas are all members of the same taxonomic family. Members of this family all have 2 toes, no hooves, true canine teeth, and a split upper lip. The family originated in North America. The physical features of animals in this family and the family's geographical origin provide evidence that all these animals
F, live in the same type of ecosystem. G, have they slowly evolved to become herbivores. H, have a common ancestor. J, exchange DNA at some point in the past.
Okay, F says that they can all live in the same type of ecosystem, but they can adapt to the ecosystem, everyone. But it does not mean that it has the same features because of the ecosystem. So that's not right. G says have slowly evolved to become herbivores. It doesn't say that they are herbivores and they have true canine teeth. So G is not the answer. H, have a common ancestors. It says that all of those animals have the same features, so it does have to do with DNA, or that they come in the same ancestors. So H might be the answer. Exchange DNA at some point in the past. They're animals, and I don't think they can exchange the DNA or change their DNA. That's not possible, so J is not the answer. So therefore, H is the answer.
In 2010, scientists excavated a skull fossil that provides evidence of a newly discovered species of big cat. Based on the evidence, scientists hypothesized that big cats branch off from smaller wild cats about 6 million years ago. Which of these resources did the scientists most likely rely on to form their hypothesis? The answer is H. The fossil recorded in DNA comparisons of big cats and small cats. The reason why the answer is H and not F and G is the description of H actually makes sense, seeing how fossils is bone proof that the comparisons can be reliable. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Read the next one. Hello and welcome back to another video. An analysis of DNA and RNA sequences can be used to classify organisms. A dendrogram, such as the ones shown below, is based on molecular data. It can be used to represent evolutionary relationships within a group of organisms that are hypothesized to have deceased from a common ancestor.
Use your words.
Which statement is best supported by the information in this dendrogram? So this one's actually really simple. If we just look at each of the answers, it's this, for example, A, it says less pandas are more genetically similar to giant pandas than they are to raccoons, which is not true. Because if you start from here and go down the line, you can see that the giant panda and the raccoon and the lesser panda are actually in two different, categories. Like this one's here, and that one's just here. So it just couldn't be A. But if we were to look at something similar to this, we could see that C is basically the answer because it says lesser pandas are more genetically similar to the raccoons than they are to giant pandas. And this is true because, as I said before, they're kind of in the same branch. Thank you for watching another video.
Question 43. 3 species of lizards of the genus Galotia are found on the Canary Islands, a chain of 7 volcanic islands off the west coast of Africa. The easternmost island, Lanzarote, is the oldest, while the westernmost island, El Hierro, is the youngest. The distribution of lizard species is shown on the map below. Which statement about the ancestry of the lizards from the genus Galotia is best supported by this information?
About like
The
7.
The reason the answer is A, because as you can see here, the Canary Islands are extremely close to Africa, so it's probably logical to assume that they came from Africa, the lizards. The reason it's not A is because El Hierro, over here, was the youngest island that was created, so it's not logical to assume it's the first island the lizards colonized, so it can't be A. It's not B because we have no evidence to support the fact that other lizards came from different continents. It's not D because Spain is nowhere near right here, as you can see here. So the answer is C. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Question 1. Yeah. The opossum, which is native to North America, and the kangaroo, which is native to Australia, are marsupials. The fact that both of these mammals incubate their immature offspring in a pouch provides evidence that they, D, descend from a common ancestor. Because they both have 2 similar body parts right here, we can assume that they acquired these traits from an ancestor. B doesn't make sense because, they have mouths right here. A is clearly stated that it's a possum and a kangaroo, so they aren't the same species. And C, this looks nothing like this, so we can't have the similar skeletal structures, so the answer is D. Goodbye and thanks for watching.
Question 42. Oh, wait. Welcome back to another video. Question 42. Genome maps provide the DNA sequences for chromosomes. Some scientists have compared the genome maps of a hedgehog and a sloth. What do these genome maps allow the scientists to
Chromie
determine?
bronies.
The answer is J, because the DNA in both the hedgehog and the sloth contain similar sequences of chromosomes. Thank you for watching. Bye.
Hello, and welcome to another video. Number 25. Geographic regions are characterized by the presence of specific groups of animals. These regions are determined by taxonomic or phylogenetic relationship of animals. The map shows the geographic regions proposed by the naturalist Alfred Russel Wallace in 1876. The similarities of organisms in which two areas numbered above provide the best evidence for common ancestry between the organisms in both locations. The answer is A. The reason why the answer is A, because most other regions don't really make any sense because of the gap between both regions, and there's a high chance in regions 3 through 4, 5 through 6, 7 through 8 have different type of weather patterns, which make it harder for animals to originate from the same area or have ancestors from the same area. So the answer will be 1 and 2. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome back to another video. The limbs of several organisms are shown in the illustration below. Scientists sometimes compare the limbs of these organisms to look for evidence of common ancestry. These limbs provide evidence of common ancestry because they, and then blank. So J is not the right answer because it's not true. And H, you can clearly see they are not the same size. And for G, it's also not correct because they don't all serve the same function. And for F, it's basically the answer because you can see that they all have similar parts in each one. Thank you for watching another video.
Question 14. The graph shows the number of taxa of reptiles whose fossilized tracks have been found. Which statement is best supported by this data? The answer is G. The reason it is G is because right here in the Jurassic era and late Triassic era, there was a huge number of fossil tracks. However, in the late Jurassic, the number went drastically down. It went from 130 to like 10. So the answer is G, because something occurred that caused most of the reptiles to go extinct. Goodbye and thank you for watching. This diagram of fossil records represents changes in molluscus over millions of years. Molluscus in the fossil record. How can the pattern of change in the fossil record best be explained? The answer is F. The reason it is F is because, as you can observe here, in an environment where there is stasis, as stated right here, there is no change. They remain in their forms, like their short-shelled forms. However, when there is rapid succession, they change quickly in order to adapt to their environment. So the answer is F, because they are well adapted to their stable environment, and a sudden large change will cause them to adapt. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Question 5. The cladogram shows the evolution of land plants as indicated by the fossil records. Which discovery would challenge the validity of this cladogram? Now, validity. What this question is asking is, what would challenge this to make it not true? Now, if you go through the answer choices, you would find out that the answer is D. A fossil of fern more than 425 million years old. The reason the answer is D is because the cladogram indicates that ferns appeared somewhere between 409 million years ago and about 380 million years ago. So if it appeared over here, that would drastically challenge it or change it. Goodbye and thank you for watching. After examining the fossil record, question 34. Scientists have determined that scorpions today are much smaller than their extinct ancestors. For example, Jaekelopterus rhinini, a giant scorpion species that lived 255 million to 460 million years ago, was 2.5 meters long. Which of the following conclusions is supported by this information? Now, we need to examine the answer choices. F. Scorpions living today have increased their numbers since they first appeared. We don't know the exact numbers of them today and all the way to that time, so the answer can't be F. G. Scorpions in the fossil record are smaller than their descendants are. I mean, they're smaller, but... Oh, wait, no. Descendants, that would indicate that these were small, which they're not. This is reversed, so it's wrong. H. Scorpions have changed as a result of natural selection. That could be true because back then, these scorpions were hunted by bigger animals. So if they became smaller, that would allow them to hide quicker, which would allow them to survive longer. So the answer can be H. J. Scorpions do not appear in their original state. The answer is incorrect because it states here that in the original state, there was a giant scorpion that lived 2.5 meters long. So the answer is H. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
Hello, welcome to another video. The cleaver tree grows in desert areas in South Africa. In recent decades, average temperatures have been rising to southern Africa. Scientists predict that this warming trend will continue. Cleaver trees in the hottest parts of the range near the equator are dying, but cleaver trees at high elevations are in parts of the range that are further from the equator are growing and reproducing. Which of these best explains what is happening to the cleaver trees and tree population in southern Africa? The answer will be A. Individual cleaver trees are unable to adjust to rising temperatures, and only those in cooler parts of the range will survive. This answer mostly makes sense because if the cleaver trees that are away from the equator or away from the rising temperature, which is close to the equator, will survive, and there's really no other option that could be better than this, and because the ones that are cooler have a higher chance of survivability over the ones that are hot and not getting much water or much cool breeze. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
Question 7. The green frog, Lithobates clamitans, is found in many parts of the United States. The table contains some information about this frog. Why would they name it Clamitats? Chlamydia. Why does the ability to lay, 1,000 to 5,000 eggs increase the fitness of the species? L. Clamitas, frogs. The correct answer is B. The reason it is B is because B states it increases the probability that some offspring will survive long enough to reproduce. And this is true. The more you have of something, or 1,000 to 5,000, increases the chances of them living long enough. It's like the lottery. The more you buy, the more chance you have of winning. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 50. Which condition is essential for natural selection to result in a new species? The answer will be G. An inherited variation. An inherited variation practically means like a new trait or a new feature that has been added on to a original species, and you usually get an inherited variation because usually when you see animals from the past days and you compare them to the animals of modern days, you'll see that there is a whole bunch of different features from the ancestors to the new generation, and it clearly shows a generational gap. The other answer choices are not correct because it literally just makes no sense to circle them. Unlimited resources
has nothing to do with new species. A statistic environment has nothing to do with the new species. And a long lifespan practically means another species from the previous natural selection is going to be able to live longer, so there won't be any new species. Goodbye.
I hid it in a place you couldn't talk.
In the 1940s, the scientist J.B.S. Haldane linked many humans' red blood cell disorders with the tropical regions where malaria occurs. Haldane hypothesized that the widespread presence of these red blood cells disorders, as well as traits that protect individuals from malaria, were the result of natural selection. Haldane's hypothesis was later confirmed by the research of A.C. Allison. A resistance to malaria carried by individuals in areas where malaria is widespread is the result. Is B, the individual's genetic composition. That practically individual's genetic composition practically means that their genetic composition practically shows that they have some type of resistance to this disease. Malaria. A and C doesn't make sense because it practically means that they already been cured and that they haven't originally first been resistant to malaria. The individual's behavior in avoiding those with the infection practically means completely leaving the area and where malaria was, and they weren't really affected by it at all. So it has nothing to do with the question that it was asking. Goodbye.
Imagine having
Hello and welcome back to another video. The table shows the survival rate of two types of beetles in the same environment over a period of 3 years. The statement about the beetles in this environment is best supported by the data. The answer is simply A.
Obviously.
The reason why the answer is A is because it's true to the statement that it holds. It says that green beetles are more fit for the environment than brown beetles are. The chart that we were given shows the survival rate of green beetles and brown beetles. The survival rate for year 1 through 3 practically is way better than brown beetles at a huge difference.
It's almost twice as much.
How many questions have we done?
So all these answers would make sense and would be crossed out. Goodbye. Thanks for watching.
Remember, this is only for the first period. Do 20 more on our second period. Come on, this is your third. So we had to do 40 in total.
I know.
So 12.
6. So I'm practically done.
Hello and welcome back to another video. A prey population consists of individuals with a variety of running speeds. The adaptation that allows some of these animals to run fast would be the example of natural selection. If it helps them, blank. All right. So the answer for this one is pretty obviously D. And the reason why is because it reproduces and increases the frequency of their genes in the population.
Dude, there's some dirty breeders.
And basically what that means they keep reproducing in order to just kind of, increase the frequency of their genes in the population. So, the more they reproduce, the more often the more likely you'll have the genes that, they would want. Thank you for watching another video.
Yay!
Hello and welcome back to another video. Nudea branches are marine gastropods that lack shells. Many of these gastropods retain the foul-tasting poison of their prey and secret them when threatened. The bright coloration of the nutria branch warns predators to avoid them. Based on the information, how has the adaptation allowed marine gastropod to be successful without a shell? So if we if you look at this, it says that they have like this kind of foul taste and kind of poison that will affect their prey. And honestly, their prey would not want to attack them because knowing that there's actually no beneficiary from actually them attacking this said prey. And so that means the answer would be H because they are not attacked by most predators and are able to reproduce successfully. Thank you for watching another video. Hello and welcome back to another video. In the European row D, implementations of the embryos after breeding is delayed. The deer breed in July or August, but do not give birth until the following May or June. From summer to late December, the embryo rests in a state of dormancy. As the 30-cell black coast in the late December or early January, the embryo sends a signal that causes the female to release hormones, allowing the embryo to continue to develop normally. Why is the delayed implementation and advantaged adaptation for the European row D? Alright. So the answer for this one will actually be D.
No, it won't.
Because if we read the question again, it asks us, why is the delayed implementation of an advantage adaptation for the European row D? Because if you look at this, it says without delay, the faunus will actually be born in a time where, during the winter, where food is scarce and the weather is harsh. So, which is actually not good for the faunus. So it will decrease the likelihood of its survival. Hello and thank you for watching another video. Hello and welcome back to another video. Plants have developed many methods of seed dispersal. The table below shows seeds of... Plants have developed many methods of dispersal. The table below shows seed of the different plants. How has the seed dispersal method developed by these plants give them a reproductive advantage? So the answer for this will actually be F.
Okay.
Because the method ensures that the offsprings will disperse and reduce competition for resources. So that means, the less competition there are, the more resources that will be available for these seeds. Hello and thank you for watching this video.
You done all your 8 already?
Hello and welcome back to another video. Scientists estimate that there are more than 20,000 species of ants. The species range in size from 1 millimeter long to 38 millimeters long and live in the most environments. The diets of an ant range from flowers and seeds to fluids from their own larvae. Ants have been able to successfully inhabit so many different environments because their populations have been able to blank. So because of these ants live in various environments, that means they'll have to, adapt, and they will have to adapt to certain environments. So like, a ant that, for some reason lived in some kind of hot weather and then transferred from some kind of cold weather, they will have to be able to know how to adapt in those different situations. So the answer would be G. Thank you for watching another video.
Hi, welcome back to another video. In Madagascar, scientists have discovered a moth, Xanthopan morgani predicta.
That has a 30.5 centimeters.
Yes. Proboscis.
Proboscis, you mean?
And feeds from and pollinates Darwin's orchid. And the orchid has a nectar-producing tube that is 27.9 centimeters long. How is the moth's proboscis size and adaptation for its environment? The answer is H, because of the long nectar-producing tube that the moth has. It's easy to get into the flower and has an absolute advantage over any other insect. Goodbye and thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Question 8. Some organisms have genes that improve their ability to survive and reproduce. If the genes also help their offspring survive and reproduce, then which of the following will most likely increase?
That do have this gene are surviving because of it, and the number of offspring that do have this gene are surviving and reproducing. But the organisms that don't have this gene are dying off.
That's why the answer is G.
Are you serious?
Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. A harmless scarlet snake, king snake, and a venomous eastern coral snake have similar band patterns as shown below. For the scarlet king snake, the adaptation of having a banding pattern like the eastern coral snake is shown as mimicry. The outcome of this adaptation in the scarlet king is to D. Protect the snake from predators. The reason it is D is because if both of them look the same, they won't have the same types of predators, so as it's mimicking the other snake, it'll be able to blend in to the environment. Goodbye and thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Common baboons live on the savanna in breeding groups called troops. While females tend to stay with the troop, younger or less dominant males may leave to join a neighboring troop. Which of these is likely an outcome of movement by young males? The answer is F, because other males may be leaving to go to other neighboring troops, and that will cause a gene flow between different populations.
Because they breed.
All the males are leaving together.
Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Two populations of mice and living in the same forest are separated by a large water-filled ditch. After a rainstorm, flooding brings several mice from one population to the other population. When the mice from the first population reproduce with the members of the second population, which of the following will likely occur? The answer is J, because other mice going into the second population of other mice are going to be breeding with those mice, so it'll cause genetic variety in that population only and not in the first one. Free period. Goodbye and thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Lord Howe Island is a volcanic island in the Tasman Sea and is about 11 kilometers long and 2.8 kilometers wide. The island has two species of palm trees, Howe fosteriana and the more abundant Howe bellamoriana. The two species do not interbreed even when they grow very close to each other. Which evolutionary process fails to occur? The answer is C, because obviously the two species do not interbreed. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. The concept of gene flow is demonstrated when a cow is driven off from its herd and joins another herd and reproduces. When the cow contributes to the gene pool of the new herd, which of these is most likely to increase? The answer is B, because since the cow is driven off from its herd and then reproduces with another herd, it'll cause genetic variation within the other herd. Goodbye and thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome. Number 34. The diagram represents a theory about cells. Which theory is represented in this diagram? So, as it starts off, it's pretty simple, nothing really happens, but as it evolves, it starts growing more and more complex as time goes on. Obviously, splitting into different things such as the mitochondrion and the chloroplast. So, the theory that is represented in this diagram is that complex cells evolved after primitive cells engulfed bacterial cells that continued functioning, which is J. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Number 42. Organisms are classified today using the Linnean system. And the following table shows the taxonomic classification of two marine organisms living along the Pacific coast. Taxonomic classification is important to marine biologists because it provides a way to... So, classification means, obviously, it's to classify, which basically means to identify. Since they're comparing these two, they're trying to find the relationships between, well, obviously these. Therefore, your answer is J, to identify marine organisms and find evolutionary relationships between them. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Question 51. Scientists around the world use a standardized taxonomic system. Why would scientists want to use a taxonomic system that is standardized?
So scientists classify the animals into certain groups. Into certain groups as to not confuse animals with other animals, because some animals look alike and honestly it's all confusing. So the answer is A, which is in order to avoid confusion with the identification of organisms. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Number 29. Adult mountain lions, or Puma con color, are almost 2 meters long. They have a black spot over each eye. The common names are used throughout the United States for this species are listed below. Why is it best for scientists to use a name from the standardized taxonomic system?
And they had 8. Yeah, and we have 2 left. And Lewis is finishing.
In order to avoid confusion with all these sort of different names, it'd be best to just call it by this standardized taxonomic name, which is Puma con color. Therefore, the answer is D. All scientists will be using one name for mountain lions. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Number 38. The Linnean taxonomic system classifies organisms into divisions called taxa. If 2 organisms belong to the same taxonomic group, they are related. Similarity at which of these levels indicates the closest relationship? Okay, so in the little triangle of identification, there's life, domain, kingdom. Way down at the bottom is species, which is the closest that they can be, the closest relationship that they could possibly have. However, on top of that, the second to last one is genus. Therefore, the answer is J, genus. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Question number 3. Having a standard taxonomic system benefits the scientific community by allowing scientists from all over the world to do which of the following? Have a common system for the classification of locations containing fossils. Use a similar system to classify the impact of removing species from ecosystems. Have a common understanding in the classification of organisms. Or understand how other scientists classify predator-prey relationships. So the standard taxonomic system is a system that identifies all organisms into specific groups or genuses. Therefore, the answer is C, to have a common understanding in the classification of organisms. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Number 25. Simple leaves have a single leaf on a petiole or a stem, while compound leaves have more than one leaflet on a petiole. This unknown leaf can be identified using the dichotomous key. Dichotomous key. Which tree does the unknown leaf come from? Alright, so as you can tell, the leaf right here is rounded at the tip. It's very wide, therefore it is Quercus lacei, or Quercus lacei. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Number 53. The classification of 4 trees is shown on the table. Which 2 trees are the most closely related? Okay, well, the Taiwan beech and the Japanese maples are not closely related because they're not from the same order. However, the lodgepole pine and the Taiwan Yatking yew have the same order. While they don't have the same family, they're certainly most likely related due to being of the same order. Therefore, the answer is B, Taiwan Yatking yew and the lodgepole pine. Thank you and have a great day.
Question 18. While visiting a national park, a student encounters an unfamiliar organism in a damp area near a body of water. The student notes that the organism is about 10 centimeters long, has 4 legs, and has a tail. The organism is black with small white spots on the smooth, moist skin. It also appears to have an internal skeletal system. To which class does the organism most likely belong to? Now, the question states that it is near a body of water, so we can infer that it is a amphibia or a reptilia. It is not a mammalia, because it states over here it has smooth, moist skin. Mammals have hair. so it can be H.
What?
Oh, okay. It can't be J because, well, insects don't have smooth, moist skin. And the reason it's not F for Reptilia is because it states that it appears to have an internal skeletal system, which reptilias lack. So the answer is G, Amphibia. In all honesty, this is probably a frog or a tadpole. So yeah, goodbye and thank you for watching. This dichotomous key can be used to identify some conifers. Based on the key, which of these best describes the leaves and cones of the longleaf pine? As you know, the leaves and cones of longleaf pine trees are like needles, long and skinny. And out of the answer choices, only A and C represent this. So, in order to find out what the answer is between these two, you need to look at the other characteristics. Now, as you know, the cones on the pines, on the longleaf pine tree, is like this. It doesn't have thorns, as you notice. It's just kind of smooth in all places. So the answer cannot be C, and therefore it must be A. Goodbye, and thank you for watching. Ooh, this is my last video.
Hello, and welcome back to another video. Frogs and toads belong to the order Anora. The smallest organism in this order is about 7 millimeters long, while the largest member is 30 centimeters long. Which of these lists best describes this order? The answer will be B, with 28 families, 338 genre, and 4,360 species. The reason why the answer is B is because all the other options doesn't really make sense, because there is a certain amount of families in genera that you're supposed to have, but according to the other ones like C and D, has a very, very small amount of species, which doesn't really make sense when you add all the math together. And A doesn't make sense because it has 338 families, but it only has 28 genera. So the answer is B. Goodbye. Hello, and welcome back to another video. A caldogram is shown below. All the animals to the right of the hangfish would have the common characteristics of J, a jaw. And the reason why it's jaw is because according to the caldogram, there isn't no specific characteristic right here. And the jaw is the first characteristic that is shown, and it goes all the way up to the right from the perch, the salamander, the lizard, pigeon, mouse, and chimpanzee, which all have a jaw. The hangfish doesn't have any of the other characteristics with jaw, lungs, claws or nails, feathers, fur, or mammary glands, so the answer will be J. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Hello and welcome. Number 11. Using a light microscope, a student identified the following characteristics of 4 organisms found in a sample of pond water. Based on the observations of the student, which organisms most likely belong to the taxonomic group for bacteria? Organism 1 and organism 4 are both single-celled. Yes, they're all single-celled, correct. But the difference is that some of them have nucleus. And as we all know, bacteria has no nucleus. Therefore, organism 1 and 2 both share the trait of not having a nucleus. Therefore, the answer is D, organisms 2 and 3, as they are the taxonomic group for bacteria. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Number 54. The diagram shows a dichotomous key and a picture of a fruit. According to the key, the fruit comes from which species of tree? So as you can tell, it has a sort of pair of wings. Therefore, we go to number 3.
And number 3, it says fruit that forms a very wide angle, almost a straight line. This one doesn't have a straight line, therefore we can cross this one out. However, it does form an acute angle, like a V shape. Therefore, the answer choice is J. Acer Nagundo. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Number 19. A student collected the animals shown on a field trip. The student used a dichotomous key and a microscope to classify the animal. How should this animal be classified? So as you can tell, this lacks segmentation. So you go to 3. However, it doesn't possess a foot, or radiate arms, or a shell at all. So it's 3B because it lacks all of the above and is dorsoventrally flattened. Therefore, it is a phylum Platyhelminthes. Therefore, it is D. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Number 28. Arthropods are joint-legged animals. Spiders, crabs, pillbugs, centipedes, and millipedes are examples of many types of arthropods. Which of these arthropods are most closely related? Well, as you know, because of the triangle, there's species way at the bottom, which means that it's the most closely related things. Therefore, arthropods of the same species is the correct answer. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Number 32. 5 general characteristics of organisms in kingdoms, plantae, or fungi are listed in the box. Which table correctly lists the characteristics of the organisms in the 2 kingdoms? Alternation of generations possible. Number 2, mostly non-motile. Eukaryotic, photosynthetic. Number 5, are vascular and have a wide variety of specialized tissues. So for the kingdom of plantae, it does have all of the characteristics. However, for fungi, they're not photosynthetic and they are not vascular because they don't have a wide variety of specialized tissues. Therefore, the answer is F. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Number 9. A student wants to use a Venn diagram below to show the characteristics of 2 kingdoms of organisms. The characteristics that the 2 kingdoms share will be listed in the shaded area where the circles intersect. Which of these is a characteristic that the student should list in the shaded part of the diagram? So one thing that the kingdom fungi and the kingdom plantae have is that they are both multicellular. Therefore, the answer is D. Thank you, and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Number 54. The diagram shows the taxonomic groups and the major distinguishing characteristic of all but 2 of them. Which characteristics will be used to complete the chart? So from the kingdom fungi, they're autotrophic, which is an organism that produces complex organic compounds from simple substances present in its surroundings, generally using energy from light or inorganic chemical reactions. From the kingdom Animalia, they are heterotrophic, which is an organism that cannot produce its own food, relying instead on the intake of nutrition from other sources of organic carbon. Basically means that it eats other things. Therefore, the answer choice is H. Thank you and have a great day.
Hello, and welcome back to another video. Question 13. Students were given a list of 7 elements and asked to identify the 4 elements that are most abundant in biomolecules. Which table correctly identifies the 4 most abundant elements in biomolecules?
The answer is A, because carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen are all common elements. Goodbye and thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Proteins and carbohydrates have many functions in the body of an organism. Specific proteins and carbohydrates perform specific tasks. Information about a protein and a carbohydrate is given below. How are ferritin and glycogen similar in their primary functions for an organism?
Okay, so ferritin and glycogen are both organisms that need to store materials in order to survive. Therefore, the answer choice is A because they both store materials needed by the organism. Thank you and have a great day.
Hello and welcome to another video. 4 different nucleotides are used as building blocks of DNA. Which of the following can be used to distinguish one nucleotide from another? The answer will be F, the nitrogenous base. The reason why the answer is not G, H, or J is because they all have
Wrong.
something to do with different things, like the deoxyribose sugar has nothing to do with the nitrogenous base. The phosphate group, completely different, and type of fatty acid is not even close to the question that has been given to us. So the answer is F. Goodbye and thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. The complex carbohydrates pictured below are made by linking molecules of glucose. In all 3 complex carbohydrates, the subunits of glucose are bonded together differently because they have different structures. They must likely...
The answer is D. The reason it is D is because they all have different structures, and because they have different structures, they'll all perform different functions. Goodbye and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. A student preparing for a hike wants to pack a snack that has biomolecules that provide quickly available energy and few excess calories. Which nutrition label best lists the best combination of biomolecules that provide quickly available energy while providing the fewest calories from other types of biomolecules?
Case, I wanted one of those.
The answer is D, because as you can see here, it has 7% of carbohydrates, and carbohydrates give you energy, and it also has the less amount of calories than the other options. Goodbye and thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome. Number 33. The differences between 2 molecules include the type of sugar that forms a section of the molecules and the identity of one of the 4 nitrogenous bases that make up another section of the molecules. These 2 molecules are... Simple explanation. The answer is C, because nucleic acids identify as one of the 4 nitrogenous bases, and they include the type of sugar that forms a section of the molecules. Thanks for watching.
Carbohydrates are more easily metabolized than lipids. However, a gram for gram basis, lipids provide cells with more.
We talking about grams here?
The answer is J, energy. The reason why the answer is J is because structure it doesn't really provide anything, and I'm pretty sure structure has nothing to do with bodily functions. Nitrogen and proteins really don't make sense because carbohydrates provide energy for the body. Goodbye and thanks for watching.
Oh my god.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Which of the following biomolecules typically contains both nitrogen and phosphate? The answer is H, because nucleic acid contains both nitrogen and phosphate. Goodbye and thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome. Number 20. Proteins and polysaccharides are polymers. These polymers are formed by dehydration synthesis. Which statement correctly identifies the chance in the structure of proteins and polysaccharides? One of the main differences is that only proteins are formed from amino acids being joined by peptide bonds. Therefore, the answer is G. Proteins formed by amino acids joined by peptide bonds. Thank you for watching and have a great day.
Which of these best represents a fatty acid molecule? The answer will simply be, answer will simply be F, seeing how fatty acid molecules structures aren't really that complex to like H, and H and J are completely different molecule structures. So the answer will be F and not D's. Goodbye.
Welcome back to another video. Question 48. Photosynthesis and cellular respiration both involve the use of release of gases. Which statement correctly identifies the role of gases in the two processes? The answer is H. The reason is because the answer clearly states that cellular respiration uses oxygen and releases carbon dioxide, while photosynthesis uses carbon dioxide and releases oxygen. Goodbye and thanks for watching. Hello, we're going to another video. Question 15. Which statement best describes the relationship between the products of photosynthesis and the reactants in cellular respiration?
The answer is A. The products of photosynthesis serve as the reactants in the cellular respiration to provide chemical energy. The reason why it's not B, C, or D is because photosynthesis practically allows the plant to grow, and if the plant doesn't grow, that means it's not gaining more cells, and the cells is not healing over time. So the answer is A. Goodbye and thanks for watching.
Number 15. Diatoms are one of the most common types of phytoplankton in marine habitats. Like plants, diatoms contain chlorophyll and produce glucose from which of the following? So obviously, when we got a little plant here, we got the sun. The sun gives it energy, but we're not talking about that at all. We're talking about the CO2 that comes in from the air that feeds the plant, as well as the H2O that comes in and waters that plant, helping it grow and produce glucose. Therefore, the answer is D, CO2 and H2O, also commonly known as carbon dioxide and water. Thank you and have a great day.
Most plant leaves take in more carbon dioxide as light increases. They give off carbon dioxide if light intensity is too low. The graph shows a plant's carbon dioxide levels at different light intensities. At point X, the rate of which processes is equal to the rate of photosynthesis. The answer will be cellular respiration. The reason why the answer is cellular respiration, because as you can see on the graph, you can tell from here to here, this is his next photosynthesis, practically meaning this could be the plant. The plant practically shows it being in small form, but eventually, which is this next photosynthesis, it could be even bigger of a plant, showing that it's growing more cells to grow bigger over time. Bye, and thanks for watching.
The attack, that's it.
Which of the following correctly describes how a diagram of cellular respiration would differ from a diagram of photosynthesis?
The answer choice is G, because the cellular respiration diagram would show glucose as the main source of energy. Thank you and have a great day.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Tag polymerase is an enzyme used in polymerase chain reaction (PCR) to replicate fragments of DNA. A study published in 1976 examined the properties of after the enzyme was isolated from Thermus aquaticus, a thermophilic bacterium that lives in the hot springs of Yellowstone National Park. The graph shows one of the results of the study. Which statement about enzyme activity is best supported by this graph? The answer is H, because the enzyme activity is at its peak in certain temperatures, and you can see that it's 80 degrees Celsius here. So in specific conditions, the enzyme functions would be best. Goodbye and thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Some foods are rich with complex carbohydrates and it can be difficult to digest. Gas often forms as foods are slowly digested by bacteria in the large intestine. The advertisement is shown below is for a nutritional supplement that prevents intestinal gas. Which of the following represents evidence that could be used to support the claims about this product?
The answer is H. Consuming enzymes specific for carbohydrates designated helps. Digestion helps the body digest complex carbohydrates more quickly in stomach and small intestine. The reason why the answer is H is because none of the other answer choices specifically is just about as the same as the supplement description. Goodbye, and thanks for watching. Hello, welcome to another video. The diagram represents one way an enzyme can be inhibited.
Which statement explains the effect of an inhibitor or an enzyme? The answer is D, because the enzyme inhibitor here will prevent the substrate from attaching onto the enzyme because it's clearly in the way. Goodbye and thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. People who have Alzheimer's disease experience an increasing loss of brain function and cognition over time. Alzheimer's is characterized by a buildup of abnormal protein fragments that damage brain cells.
What are we doing?
Recently, scientists have discovered an enzyme, BACE2, that decreases the abnormal protein fragments in the brain of a person with Alzheimer's disease. Which statement best explains how BACE2 most likely
We have.
What are you going
I
to
don't
do
know
with
it. The answer is G, I think, because BACE2 speeds up the reaction and that breaks down the abnormal protein fragments. Goodbye and thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to another video. Fireflies emit light. The production of the light of by an organism is called to generate visible light. Cells in a firefly's tail produce thousands of luciferase enzymes. Luciferase binds to a chemical called luciferin. Once bound, the luciferase enzyme speeds up a chemical reaction that combines an oxygen molecule and luciferin to produce oxyluciferin. This reaction requires energy and releases light. Which of the following best describes how the luciferase enzyme speeds up a chemical reaction?
The answer is G. Luciferase decreases the amount of energy required for the reaction to start. The reason why the answer is G is because this allows the firefly to consistently fire a light from its tail, and it makes it easier to repeatedly do it over and over again. So the answer is not F, H, or J.
Goodbye and thanks for watching. Oh, welcome back to another video. Question 30. Lactose is found in milk products. It is converted by the body into a usable form in a series of chemical reactions. The diagram below shows a series of reactions that convert to lactose into a usable form. If enzyme 2 is denatured, the levels of which substance will increase? The answer is G, because if it stops here, then all of the lactose will increase the galactose here, and it will stop the production. Goodbye and thanks for watching.
The pepsin in the trypsin are two of the digestive enzymes that break down protein. A group of students studied the pH requirements of these enzymes. The graph below shows the result. The students found that pepsin functions best in an acid environment and trypsin functions best in a neutral environment. Based on their observation, pepsin most likely aids in digestion in which part of the human body? The answer will be D, stomach. The reason why the answer is stomach is because A, B, and D, which is mouth, pancreas, and intestines, doesn't have any form of acids that is around that area, but the stomach does, because the stomach uses acids to digest food and other substances. Goodbye, and thanks for watching. Enzymes are proteins that help increase the rate of chemical reactions inside cells. These proteins are composed of many simpler molecules called amino acids. Which of the following suggests that the shape of an enzyme determines the enzyme's function? The answer will be F. Enzymes are specific to a substrate. The reason why the answer is F is because when you look at the other answer choices, starting with G, enzymes can operate in wide range of conditions. It's not really right, because enzymes don't really work properly when you're sick or you have some type of disease. In H, enzymes are activated by neighboring molecules, which isn't really correct because enzymes are activated based off of what you eat. In J, enzymes can be found in all life forms. Yeah, that's right, but we're specifically talking about the human life form, so the answer will not be J. The answer is F. Goodbye. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome. Number 42. Organisms are classified today using the linean system. And the following table shows the taxonomic classification of two marine organisms living along the Pacific coast. Taxonomic classification is important to marine biologists because it provides a way to... So, classification means, obviously, to classify, which basically means to identify. Since they're comparing these two, they're trying to find the relationships between, well, obviously these. Therefore, your answer is J, to identify marine organisms and find evolutionary relationships between them. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Question 51. Scientists around the world use a standardized taxonomic system. Why would scientists want to use a taxonomic system that is standardized? So scientists classify the animals into certain groups. Into certain groups as to not confuse animals with other animals, because some animals look alike and honestly it's all confusing. So the answer is A, which is in order to avoid confusion with the identification of organisms. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Number 29. Adult mountain lions, or Puma con color, are almost 2 meters long. They have a black spot over each eye. The common names are used throughout the United States for this species are listed below. Why is it best for scientists to use a name from the standardized taxonomic system?
And they had 8. Yeah, and we have 2 left. And Lewis is finishing.
In order to avoid confusion with all these sort of different names, it'd be best to just call it by the standardized taxonomic name, which is Puma con color. Therefore, the answer is D. All scientists will be using one name for mountain lions. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Number 38. The linean taxonomic system classifies organisms into divisions called taxa. If two organisms belong to the same taxonomic group, they are related. similarity at which of these levels indicates the closest relationship. Okay, so in the little triangle of identification, there's life, domain, kingdom. Way down at the bottom is species, which is the closest that they can be, the closest relationship that they could possibly have. However, on top of that, the second to last one is genus. Therefore, the answer is J, genus. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Question number 3. Having a standard taxonomic system benefits the scientific community by allowing scientists from all over the world to do which of the following?
I knew that.
Have a common system for the classification of locations containing fossils. Use a similar system to classify the impact of removing species from ecosystems. Have a common understanding in the classification of organisms. Or understand how other scientists classify predator-prey relationships. So the standard taxonomic system is a system that identifies all organisms into specific groups or genuses. Therefore, the answer is C, to have a common understanding in the classification of organisms. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Number 25. Simple leaves have a single leaf on a petiole or a stem, while compound leaves have more than one leaflet on a petiole. This unknown leaf can be identified using the dichotomous key.
Dichotomous.
Oh, sorry. Dichotomous key. Which tree does the unknown leaf come from? Alright, so as you can tell, the leaf right here is rounded at the tip. It's very wide, therefore it is Quercus lacei or Quercus lacei. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Number 53. The classification of 4 trees is shown on the table. Which 2 trees are the most closely related? Okay, well, the Taiwan beech and the Japanese maples are not closely related because they're not from the same order. However, the lodgepole pine and the Taiwan Yatking yew have the same order. While they don't have the same family, they're certainly most likely related due to being of the same order. Therefore, the answer is B, Taiwan Yatking yew and the lodgepole pine. Thank you and have a great day.
Question 18. While visiting a national park, a student encounters an unfamiliar organism in a damp area near a body of water. The student notes that the organism is about 10 centimeters long, has 4 legs, and has a tail. The organism is black with small white spots on the smooth, moist skin. It also appears to have an internal skeletal system. To which class does the organism most likely belong to? Now, the question states that it is near a body of water, so we can infer that it is a amphibia or a reptilia. It is not a mammalia, because it states over here it has smooth, moist skin. Mammals have hair. So it can be H.
What?
Oh, okay. It can't be J because, well, insects don't have smooth, moist skin. And the reason it's not F or reptilia is because it states that it appears to have an internal skeletal system, which reptilias lack. So the answer is G, amphibia. In all honesty, this is probably a frog or a tadpole. So yeah, goodbye and thank you for watching. This dichotomous key can be used to identify some conifers. Based on the key, which of these best describes the leaves and cones of the longleaf pine? As you know, the leaves and cones of longleaf pine trees are like needles, long and skinny. And out of the answer choices, only A and C represent this. So, in order to find out what the answer is between these two, you need to look at the other characteristics. Now, as you know, the cones on the pines, on the longleaf pine tree, is like this. It doesn't have thorns, as you notice. It's just kind of smooth in all places. So the answer cannot be C, and therefore it must be A. Goodbye, and thank you for watching. Ooh, that's my last video.
Hello, and welcome back to another video. Frogs and toads belong to the order Anora. The smallest organism in this order is about 7 millimeters long, while the largest member is 30 centimeters long. Which of these lists best describes this order? The answer will be B, with 28 families, 338 genre, and 4,360 species. The reason why the answer is B is because all the other options doesn't really make sense, because there is a certain amount of families in genera that you're supposed to have, but according to the other ones like C and D, has a very, very small amount of species, which doesn't really make sense when you add all the math together. And A doesn't make sense because it has 338 families, but it only has 28 genera. So the answer is B. Goodbye. Hello and welcome back to another video. A caldogram is shown below. All the animals to the right of the hangfish would have the common characteristics of J, a jaw. And the reason why it's jaw is because according to the caldogram, there isn't no specific characteristic right here. And the jaw is the first characteristic that is shown, and it goes all the way up to the right from the perch, the salamander, the lizard, pigeon, mouse, and chimpanzee, which all have a jaw. The hangfish doesn't have any of the other characteristics with jaw, lungs, claws or nails, feathers, fur, or mammary glands, so the answer will be J. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Hello and welcome. Number 11. Using a light microscope, a student identified the following characteristics of 4 organisms found in a sample of pond water. Based on the observations of the student, which organisms most likely belong to the taxonomic group for bacteria? Organism 1 and organism 4 are both single-celled, yes. They're all single-celled, correct. But the difference is that some of them have nucleus. And as we all know, bacteria has no nucleus. Therefore, organism 1 and 2 both share the trait of not having a nucleus. Therefore, the answer is D, organisms 2 and 3, as they are the taxonomic group for bacteria. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Number 54. The diagram shows a dichotomous key and a picture of a fruit. According to the key, the fruit comes from which species of tree? So as you can tell, it has a sort of pair of wings. Therefore, we go to number 3. And number 3, it says, fruit that forms a very wide angle, almost a straight line. This one doesn't have a straight line, therefore we can cross this one out. However, it does form an acute angle, like a V shape. Therefore, the answer choice is J. Acer Nagundo. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Number 19. A student collected the animals shown on a field trip. The student used a dichotomous key and a microscope to classify the animal. How should this animal be classified? So as you can tell, this lacks segmentation. So you go to 3. However, it doesn't possess a foot, or radiate arms, or a shell at all. So it's 3B because it lacks all of the above and is dorsoventrally flattened. Therefore, it is a phylum Platyhelminthes. Therefore, it is D. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Number 28. Arthropods are joint-legged animals. Spiders, crabs, pillbugs, centipedes, and millipedes are examples of many types of arthropods. Which of these arthropods are most closely related? Well, as you know, because of the triangle. There's species way at the bottom, which means that it's the most closely related things. Therefore, arthropods of the same species is the correct answer. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Number 32. 5 general characteristics of organisms in kingdoms, plantae, or fungi are listed in the box. Which table correctly lists the characteristics of the organisms in the 2 kingdoms? Alternation of generations possible. Number 2, mostly non-motile. Eukaryotic, photosynthetic. Number 5, are vascular and have a wide variety of specialized tissues. So for the kingdom of plantae, it does have all of the characteristics. However, for fungi, they're not photosynthetic and they are not vascular because they don't have a wide variety of specialized tissues. Therefore, the answer is F. Thank you and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Number 9. A student wants to use a Venn diagram below to show the characteristics of 2 kingdoms of organisms. The characteristics that the 2 kingdoms share will be listed in the shaded area where the circles intersect. Which of these is a characteristic that the student should list in the shaded part of the diagram? So one thing that the kingdom fungi and the kingdom plantae have is that they are both multicellular. Therefore, the answer is D. Thank you, and have a great day. Hello and welcome. Number 54. The diagram shows the taxonomic groups and the major distinguishing characteristic of all but 2 of them. Which characteristics will be used to complete the chart? So from the kingdom fungi, they're autotrophic, which is an organism that produces complex organic compounds from simple substances present in its surroundings, generally using energy from light or inorganic chemical reactions. From the kingdom Animalia, they are heterotrophic, which is an organism that cannot produce its own food, relying instead on the intake of nutrition from other sources of organic carbon. Basically means that it eats other things. Therefore, the answer choice is H. Thank you and have a great day.
Hello, welcome back to another video. A diagram demonstrates the feedback process involving antidiuretic hormones, ADHD. ADHD increases the permeability of parts of the neuron of the kidney, resulting in less water in the urine. The feedback loop is likely to be active when wet. So in this process right here, what's happening is your kidney is getting your blood and it's taking all the water from out of your blood so the body can hydrate itself. And what that means is that you don't have enough water in your body. So what your body is doing is using the blood to get the water from your body, and that's dehydration. So the answer will be F. Hello, welcome to another video. The graph models core body temperature during a rapid change in environment conditions. Which statement explains the pattern in the graph?
Okay, so the graph models shows here that the core body, this is the core body temperature, and these are internal feedback mechanisms like sweating, shivering. You know, like when you're cold, you know, the temperature drop. When the temperature drops, you shiver, and when it's hot, you start sweating. So these are just internal mechanisms that affect the temperature in which. So that affect the temperature and all that. So if it increases and you start sweating, the temperature goes down. And if it's too cold and you start shivering, temperature goes up because you're shivering and it's movement in the internal body. So the answer will be B. Hello and welcome back to another video. When the level of carbon dioxide in the blood is too high, the excess carbon dioxide reacts with water and produces carbon acid. The carbon acid causes the blood pH to become more acidic. When the blood pH becomes too acidic, the chemoreceptors in the brain instruct the body to react and maintain homeostasis in blood pH. Which of these responses by the body would eliminate the excess carbon dioxide and help maintain homeostasis in blood pH?
So what this question is trying to figure out is is trying to get rid of all the excess carbon dioxide and maintain homeostasis in the blood. The way that happens is when you're breathing, you take in oxygen and you give out carbon dioxide. And our answer would be C, because breathing more deeply, you're taking in oxygen and you're getting all the carbon dioxide that's left over out of you. And when you're doing that frequently, when you get all the carbon out, then you'll start to regulate your breathing and you'll maintain the homeostasis in blood pH.
Hello and welcome back to another video. The diagram shows the internal feedback mechanism that maintains blood calcium, Ca2+, homeostasis. If a person has a blood calcium Ca2+ level of 8 milligrams, 100 milliliters of blood, which of the following mechanisms does the body use to maintain blood calcium homeostasis? So if a person has a blood calcium Ca+2 level of 8 milligrams, 100 milligrams of blood, as you can see here, it says the blood Ca2+ level about 10 milligrams. It doesn't change. So for A, B, and C are all true, as you can see by the image. See, the kidney make up more Ca2+ and release vitamin D. You can see that right here. And then the bones release the Ca+2. That's there, and the intestine increases absorption of Ca+2. So the answer for this would be all of the above, because all of them are correct. So thanks for watching.
The osmorgulation process is shown below. This process is an example of which of the following?
First, we need to look at the graph. It says the osmosis receptors in the hepatocellular sense that there is too little water in the blood. And then it says the hypothalamus sends chemical messages to the pituitary gland. The pituitary gland secretes additional ADH. The ADH causes tubulus in the kidneys to be more permeable to water. More water is retained in the blood, and water concentrates in the blood return to normal. So this is just an example of how homeostasis reacts to the feedback. So as you can see, it's in the osmoreceptors in the hypothalamic sense that there's too little water. So that's detecting that it has a little bit of water in the blood. And then the rest is just how the hypothalamic reacts to not having enough water in blood and how it affects it and retains water to the blood.
A dog's pituitary gland produces a hormone ACTH, which stimulates the adrenal glands to secrete cortisol. Cortisol helps regulate body weight, mineral balance, the structure of connective tissue, the production of white blood cells, and skin health. When cortisol levels are low, the pituitary gland secretes ACTH, which when cortisol levels are high, the pituitary gland stops secreting ACTH. Based on this information, which of the following would most likely be the cause of elevated levels of cortisol in a dog?
So the answer for this question is B. The reason why the answer for the question is B is because it's asking when the cortisol levels are high, what pretty much happens. So what pretty much happens is, it says in this question, when the cortisol levels are high, the pituitary gland stops secreting the ACTH, which means that it is too much. So the answer would be because it's an excess of ACTH. Hello, welcome back to another video. Changes in water pressures within guard cells cause the cells to open or close the stoma. This response helps plant maintain homeostasis by what?
So homeostasis means when plant cells regulate water, and by looking at the answer choices, B is saying regulating the amount of water the plant loses during transpiration. So the answer would be B.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Scientists conducting an investigation to study the possible effects of air pollution on chlorophyll and chlorophyll B in plants. The scientists gathered plants from polluted areas and unpolluted areas and then measured the presence of chlorophyll and 50 milligrams of plant leaves. The results are shown in the graph. Which inference do these data support?
So the inferences I can make from this is that the polluted area you can only make 0.4, and the unpolluted area you can make 1.7. So gene expression for chlorophyll is not affected by pollution. We don't know that, so that's not an answer. Plants in polluted areas can adapt in order to survive. That's not true, because in the polluted areas you have less, and in the unpolluted areas you have more of chlorophyll. And photosynthesis decreases in response to air pollution, and D, cellular respiration increases in plants in polluted areas. So the answer is C, because photosynthesis does decrease in response to air pollution. As you can see, the polluted area has less concentration of pigment. It has 0.5, and the unpolluted area you have 1.7. So the answer is C.
Hello, we're bringing another video. Menosta plants display thigmostrophes by collapsing in leaves in response to touch. As shown in the picture below, the plants on the left is undisturbed. The upper stem of the plant on the right has been touched. What is the most likely benefit mechanism for this plant?
So the answer is C, because when the plant is disturbed, it starts to get less attracted to herbivores, causing the herbivores not to want to eat it. So therefore, the answer is C.
Hello, welcome back to another video. A student researching bacteria concluded a report with the claim in the box. All bacteria disrupt the health of organisms they inhabit, including humans. Which statement correctly addresses the validity of the claim? You gotta make it.
So the correct answer is G. The reason why the answer is G is because not all bacteria disrupts the health of organisms. There are some helpful bacteria, so this claim would be invalid. The reason why the answer is not F or J is because this is invalid, so they're automatically out of here. H is wrong because it's not just microorganisms that help plants. There's other types of organisms, so it's not H. The correct answer is G.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Health professionals sometimes recommend nutritional supplements that contain a variety of species of bacteria to promote good digestive health. The product label for one of these supplements is shown. Why does this type of bacteria-filled supplement benefit human health instead of causing illness?
So the reason why this bacteria-filled supplement benefits human health is that there are some good bacteria that helps humans in their digestive system, and it contains billions of beneficial bacteria. So all we do is look at the answer choices and we find out which one that has that. So F, stomach acid digestive system kills the bacteria in this type of supplement. F is not it. G, the human digestive system contains billions of beneficial bacteria. That's a maybe, so we put a question mark by that one. H, these species of bacteria remove all other species of microorganisms that lives in the human digestive system and ensure that no microorganism survives that contaminate the body. Microorganisms are beneficial, so we need microorganisms. So H is not the answer. J, these bacteria are able to deactivate viruses that may inhabit the human digestive system and used to protect against further viral infection. J is not the answer. The only one having enough is G.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Some fungi secret substances that are toxic to bacteria that compete with them for food. Scientists have used their knowledge of this ability of fungi in order to produce which of the following substances?
So the correct answer for this question is J. The reason is that if it's competing with the toxic bacteria, that means that it's killing the toxic bacteria, which means that the toxic bacteria will eventually no longer have food and they'll die off. And what scientists do, they use this, and this is called antibiotics because it's killing the toxic bacteria. which means it's grading the bad and giving us the good.
Hello and welcome back to another video. A student sets up a compost bin outdoors. Inside the bin, microorganisms convert the student's vegetable and paper scraps into rich fertilizer. Which of the following best describes the role that these microorganisms play in natural habitats? It's not F because it's not talking about producers and consumers. The answer is not H because it's not talking about solar energy. And the answer is not J because it's not talking about creating substances for organisms. So the answer would be G. Because the microorganisms is breaking down the vegetables and paper scraps to make the nutrients for the plant. Hello, welcome to another video. An estuary collects sediments from the ocean and rivers that feed into it. The sediments swirl around and then settle to form a mudflat. Eelgrass is then established on the mudflat. The ecosystem changes over time and ultimately develops into a salt marsh that contains mangrove trees. Which of the following is likely not to involved in this example of ecological succession?
Okay, so as the question says, the sediments from the ocean and rivers that feed into it, the sediments swirl around and then settle to form a mudflat. So that's making a mudflat is basically just mudflat, yeah, basically. The ecosystem changes over time and ultimately develops into a salt marsh that contains mangrove trees. So that's basically it's the water, and then you have a mudflat here, and then you have the mangrove trees would grow there out of nowhere. So it's saying which of the following is not likely to involve in this example of ecological succession. So the rotting remains of plants add to the fertility of the soil. That's true, so that cannot be the answer. The soil becomes so fertile that eelgrass is replaced by other plant species. That's also true. The eelgrass can be replaced by mangrove trees in case of that. So that's true. That cannot be the answer. The roots from plants help stabilize the sediment, keeping it in place. That the trees that grow, the mangrove trees help the sediment stay there. So that's also true. And D says the concentration of salt becomes so high that all plant life is destroyed. That's not true because the salt marsh that contains it develops into a salt marsh that contains mangrove trees. So the salt benefits the mangrove trees. So this is the answer.
Hello and welcome to another video. The rocky material left behind by a retreating glacier forms what is called a moraine. When primary succession occurs on a moraine, which life forms will help create the soil by breaking down bare rock? So the answer is not insects because an insect will not break down bare rock or help create soil. The answer will not be C because grasses will also not help create soil or break down bare rock. And the answer will not be D because it will not help the moraine create soil or break down the bare rock as well. And the answer will be B because lynchings is a slow-growing plant that branches growth on rocks and other things. So the answer will be B.
Hello, welcome to another video. During ecological succession, how does the growth of young hardwood affect the organisms living in?
Okay, so if hardwoods are to grow in an ecosystem, what does it affect? So A says grasses and low shrubs are unable to obtain the amount of light they need to survive, so there are small numbers of them. That's true because there'll be more competition for sunlight and minerals if hardwood trees were to grow in that ecosystem. So that could be a possibility also. The trees provide shelter and food for a variety of mammals, insects, and birds. That's also true. It will be providing shade and shelter for birds and all of that. So that could be another possibility. Shade. In autumn, falling leaves provide a source of energy for decomposers such as fungi. the hardwood trees will lose their leaves on autumn, and that will provide minerals and nutrients for fungi. So that's also true. But D says that it could be all of the above, and A, B, C are all true. So the answer will be D.
Hello, welcome back to the video. Which statement best describes the difference in species diversity between the ecosystem beginning the process of a primary succession and one beginning the process of a secondary succession?
The difference between both ecosystems is that the secondary is much greater than the primary due to the various species being contained in the ecosystem, the secondary ecosystem. So answer A says species diversity is much greater in the ecosystem undergoing primary succession. That's a lie because the secondary succession is much greater than the primary. And then B says no difference in species diversity exists between both ecosystem initially back living and organism. That's a lie because there is a difference. Answer C says species diversity is much greater in the ecosystem undergoing primary succession because the lack of soil provides a greater area for organisms to claim niches. That's a lie because primary succession is not greater than secondary succession. So C cannot be the answer. D says species diversity is greater in the ecosystem undergoing secondary succession because the soil already contains seeds and spores of various species. That's the answer. D is the answer.
Hi, and welcome back to another video. As ecosystems move through the stages of succession, the populations of organisms in them change. Which of the following describes the stage of succession likely to have the most species diversity? Well, a newly formed volcanic island will destroy the species, so that's not the answer. An agricultural field that has not been plowed for 1 year will only cater to some species, so that's not the answer. A temperate forest that has never been cleared by logging, well, it has not been bothered by man and can cater to multiple species, so that might be the answer. And a field that is regularly mowed will affect the species that will need agriculture, so it's not J. So your answer will be H.
Hello, welcome back to another video. How do an increase in the organic matter in soil and an increase in soil depth affect the population of plants in the area?
So the answer for these would be A because the other answers do not talk about plants in the area. Moss is not a plant. Nitrogen fixing bacteria killed young trees. That's not increasing the soil. That's not benefiting the plants in any way. So B and C could not be the answer. And D says grasses become diseased. How can that benefit plants? That cannot be the answer for the question. The only possible answer could be A, which says the larger plants become the dominant organism, which is true because it says that in the organic matter in soil and an increase in soil depth. That's benefiting the plants.
Hello, welcome back to another video. Hypodermal vents from deep in the ocean when iron-rich magma is released from opening on the seafloor. These vents spew extremely hot water, 400 Celsius mixed with methane and sulfur. Bacteria that thrives needs hostile environments from the base of the food chain that leads to colonization by tube worms, mussels, and other life forms. When a hypodermal vent becomes inactive and cold, the bacteria community that lives in the hot fluid methane and sulfur dies out. Which organism most likely succeeds the original community of this ecosystem? So the answer to this question would be A. The reason why is that when the hydrothermal vent was open and became hot, before the hydrothermal vent it had to be cold, so the correct answer would be A because it was cold. Hello, we're back to another video. The graph below shows a change in number of species in the ecosystem. Which event was most likely the cause of change in the species diversity in this ecosystem?
Well, A says a large volcanic eruption, and a large volcanic eruption could kill the species, so that might be the answer. It's not B because a flash flood wouldn't do much damage to the species. It's not C because a tornado would do damage to the population but not the species diversity. And it's not D because migration of locusts would do a lot of damage to the crops but wouldn't change species diversity. So the answer would be A.
Hello and welcome back to another video. A student performed an investigation in which two ivy plants were planted in two separate containers. One of the containers had earthworms mixed with the soil, and the other container had soil and no earthworms. The plants were given the same amount of water and exposed to the same amount of sunlight. The student observed that after several weeks of growth, the plant exposed to earthworms appeared to be healthier and exhibited more growth. To conclude that the relationship between the plant and the earthworm is an example of mutualism, the student must perform follow-up investigations that do which of the following? The reason the student must perform follow-up investigations is to determine whether the earthworms will benefit as well as the plant benefited from the earthworm. That is why the answer is B. So the reason A, C, or D are not correct is because we're looking for mutualism. And A is saying that determine whether the earthworm damaged the soil in any way. That is not mutualism because it will not be benefiting the plant. And B is the answer because it's mutualism between the plant and the earthworm. C says determine whether the water given to the plant is unpolluted. That does not matter because it's talking only about the worm and the plant. And the water was given to both of the plants, so it would not really matter. It would not really matter. So C would not be the answer and A would not be the answer. D says determine whether the other plant in the investigation suffers as a result of not being exposed to earthworms. That's not what we're searching for, but that could be another question to give for the student. But what we're looking for is the mutualism between the earthworm and the plant, and that is stated by the answer B, not D. Hello, welcome back to another video. The graph shows the basic changes in a forest community after a disturbance occurred. The information shown in the graph suggests that the changes in the forest community were caused by.
So the correct answer for this one would be G. The reason why it would be G is, so reorganization is grouping together, getting back together. Aggregation is building, and the transition means something happened causing it to decline. Steady state of a forest community means that it balances itself out and evens itself. So let's start with F. A tree leaf replacement after a storm. Well, that wouldn't cause the transition to drop so far now, so F would be the answer. H, repeated habitat destruction. If it was repeated, then the graph would look something like this, and the graph doesn't, so H wouldn't be the answer. Decreased species diversity. When the species diversity is down, usually it doesn't really go back so quick and so easily, and the transition probably would be a little lower because it would be harder to get the species back together. So J wouldn't be the answer. The correct answer would have to be G. A eumorphish that has an adhesive disc on the back of its head that uses to attach itself to a large shark. When food floats away from the shark's mouth as it feeds, the remora collects the scraps. Drawing of a shark with a remora attached, a remora adhesive disc are shown below. The relationship between the remora and the shark is an example of.
Well, for A, it says predation, and that means the preying of one animal on another, and they're not preying on one another, so it's not A. B says parasitium, which is the practice of living as a parasite in or on other organisms, and that's not the case here, so it's not B. C says commensalism, which is a relationship between two organisms where one benefits and the other derives neither benefits or harm. So C is the answer, and it's not D because they're not competing with one another.
A eumorphish that has an adhesive disc on the back of its head that uses to attach itself to a large shark. When food floats away from the shark's mouth as it feeds, the remora collects the scraps. Drawing of a shark with a remora attached, a remora adhesive disc are shown below. The relationship between the remora and the shark is an example of.
Well, for A, it says predation, and that means the preying of one animal on another, and they're not preying on one another, so it's not A. B says particium, which is the practice of living as a parasite in or on other organisms, and that's not the case here, so it's not B. C says commensalism, which is a relationship between two organisms where one benefits and the other derives neither benefits or harm. So C is the answer, and it's not D because they're not competing with one another. 4 common relationships between organisms are listed in the box. Which statements best describe these relationships?
So the correct answer will be D. The reason why the correct answer will be D is because in number 1, bees get nectar and pods get flour. So they're benefiting each other. So number 1 would be mutualism. Number 2, crabs are getting camouflaged, so they're protecting from predators, and green algae grows on the back of crabs. So the green algae is getting protected from predators, and the crab is getting camouflaged, so he won't be able to be seen by predators, so they both benefit. So that is mutualism. Number 3 is parasitism, because the flea is getting blood from the dog, and the dog's not getting anything. So the flea is the only one gaining something. So 3 would be parasitism. And number 4, nitrogen fixing bacteria obtain nutrients from the host plants and using the nitrogen to the plant to supply nitrogen to the plants. So nitrogen is getting bacteria and the plants are getting nitrogen. So number 4 would be mutualism. That's why the answer is D.
Some relationships between different organisms are shown in the table. Which table correctly identifies each type of interaction described?
Let's check answer A. Answer A says number 1, a lion stalks, captures, and eats a Cape buffalo. That is not parasitism, so A could not be the answer. That's automatically wrong. Let's check out B. B says number 1 is competition. A lion stalks, captures, and eats a Cape buffalo. That is not competition because the lion is eating the buffalo, so that is not the answer also. C says that number 1 is predation, which is true. The lion is eating the buffalo. Let's check out number 2. It says parasitism. 2 says the tapeworm enters the digestive system of a human and consumes the nutrients in the intestines so that they are not available to human. That is harming the human, and that is parasitism because one of them is benefiting and the other one is being harmed. That's right. Let's check number 3 for C. C says competition. A cattle follows cattle around it and eats insects disturbed by the movement of the cattle, but the cattle are unaffected. That is not true because it's not really competition. It's more of a commensalism. So C cannot be the answer. D says 3 is commensalism. Let's see if number 4 is right for D. A green animal and a brown animal use the same resources to survive in a vacant yard near a pond. That's correct. It is competition. So the answer for that would be D. The other ones are incorrect.
Hello, welcome back to another video. A parrotfish are herbivores that are found in coral reefs. To escape the predation of a parrotfish will graze with a rabbitfish, which has venomous spikes at the end of its pelvic fins. The rabbitfish does not benefit from this relationship. What type of relationship do the parrotfish and the rabbitfish have in coral reef environments?
What relationship do the parrotfish and the rabbitfish have in the coral reef environment? G says it's mutualistic, but for the answer to be mutualistic, both animals need to be benefited, and it says that the rabbitfish does not benefit from this relationship, so it cannot be G. H says that it's a predator prey, but one of them is being helped and the other one has no benefit. So, and predator means that one of them is being harmed and the other one is getting benefited. So that H is not the answer. And J is parasitic, but that's not the answer either, because parasitic is one gets benefit and the other one doesn't get benefit, but the other one gets harm. So J cannot be the answer. The only answer is commensurate, which is an association between two organisms in which one benefits and the other derives neither benefit nor harm. That is why F is the answer.
Well, hello, welcome back to another video. Bats eat insects that damage crops and mosquitoes that are venomous for disease. 1 million bats can eat several tons of insects per night, saving billions of dollars in pesticides yearly. Architecture and public health scientists are concerned with the spread of white nose syndrome. WNS is a result of a fungi that can infect cave-dwelling bats. While bats hibernate during winter months, the fungi covers the bat's face and wings. WNS has a near 100% mortal rate, and 5.7 billion bats have died since the discovery of the fungi in 2006. Many scientists are searching for ways to protect these bats. The relationship between the fungi and the bats can best be defined as... The answer is G, because this fungi is killing the bat and taking all the bat's nutrient and the shelter, and the bat is really gaining nothing from it. It's not J, because the bat's not benefiting from it, and the fungi is the only one benefiting from it. It's not competitive because they're both not competing over nothing. It's not a race. And it's not F, because it's not communalism, because the fungi is gaining something from the bat, and something is happening to the bat. The bat is being harmed. Communalism is when one thing is gaining something and the other thing is not being harmed, but the bat is being harmed. So our answer would be G.
Hello and welcome back to another video. In any environment or ecosystem, organisms can have several different types of relationships. 3 types of relationships are described below. Which of these correctly describes the relationship between the organisms?
In relationship X, it says the barnacles are benefiting from the whale's skin and the whale is not being harmed, so this is a commensalism relationship. Eliminating C and A. In relationship Y, it says the fleas attach to the skin and feed on the animal's blood and harms the animal in the process. So this is a parasitism relationship. Eliminating B. So our only option is D.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Brazil nuts are tall canopy trees that make up a large portion of the Amazon rainforest. They produce large grapefruit-sized seed pods. The agate and dwelling rodent has teeth strong enough to open the tough seed pods. While the agate eats some of the tree seeds, it also buries catches in various spots on the rainforest floor. Why is the agate important to the rainforest ecosystem? The question asks, why is the agate important to the rainforest ecosystem? It says that the agate, a ground-dwelling rodent, has teeth strong enough to open the tough seed pods. While the agate eats some of the tree seeds, it also buries catches in various spots on the rainforest floor. So F says it eats and disperses the tree seeds, which is actually true, as it says here. Some of the tree seeds, it also buries catches in various spots of the rainforest floor. So F could be the answer. G says it eats the tree's excess seeds and prevents other animals from doing so. That would not be benefiting the ecosystem, but it's asking for the benefit of the ecosystem. So G cannot be the answer. H says it cleans the rainforest floor of the debris, allowing for easier motility. H cannot be the answer because it does not talk about it in the question. And J say it prevents the tree seeds from rotting on the rainforest floor. That's also not the answer because it doesn't speak of it in the question. The only answer that could be it is F, and it says it here. It buries and catches in various spots on the rainforest floor. So F is the answer. Hello and welcome back to another video. The acacia ant lives in the bush-horn acacia plant, as shown below. The acacia ant nests and feeds in the plant's hollow thorns. The ant helps protect the bush-horn acacia by attacking insect and grazing animals that come near the plant. The relationship between the acacia ant and the bush-horn acacia is an example of which of the following.
The answer cannot be F because the ant is not just benefiting from the plant. The answer would be G because the ant is benefiting the plant by protecting it, and the plant is providing the ant with a place to nest and feed. It's not H because their relationship with one another is affecting them both. And it can't be J because the ant is not living as a parasite.
Hello and welcome back to another video. A native species and a non-native species are competing for resources within the same ecosystem. The non-native species is more likely to survive than the native species in which of the following situations? The question is asking for the non-native species is more likely to survive than the native species in which of the following situations? F says both the native species and the non-native species thrive on the same food. How would that be more likely to survive for the non-native species than a native species, since a native species knows what it's eating? So F could not be the answer. G says the native species is immune to certain pathogens in the ecosystem. That's not what the question is asking for. It's asking for how is it most likely to survive? How is the non-native species most likely to survive? So G is not the answer because it's not talking about the non-native. It's not talking about the non-native. H says the predators prey on both native and non-native species. This is wrong because it's not asking for that. It says how is the non-native species more likely to survive than the native species? So H cannot be the answer. J says the non-native species has no natural enemies in the ecosystem. That's true. That is a benefit that the non-native species has over the native species, so that is more likely to survive. So J is the answer. Hello and welcome back to another video. The table below provides some information about the feeding methods of the 5 rhinoceros species. Which rhinoceros species is best adapted for feeding in the large open grasslands of Africa's Serengeti ecosystem?
So the correct answer for this one would be B. The reason why it would be B is a black rhino rarely eats grass. Now we're looking for a rhino that eats in the grasslands of Africa. The black rhino rarely eats grass, so A would be wrong. D, a Javan rhinoceros, it doesn't say anything about them eating grass, so D would be out of the answer choices. C, a Sumatran rhinoceros, also doesn't say anything about eating grass, so C will be our answer, and D will be the only answer.
The iris controls the size and shape of a pupil. Which eye most likely belongs to an animal that is active most of the day on white desert sand?
So the correct answer for this question will be J. The reason why it will be J is if you just think of the place of desert, you'll think of a rattlesnake, and rattlesnakes typically have this type of eyesight. Now another way J could be, is the answer is, when you look at G, F, and H, they all have a circular eye type. Which means that J is the only one that's different from all of those, so that's another way J could be the answer.
The energy pyramid below shows the energy made available by producers. Based on the energy flow between trophic levels in an energy pyramid, how much energy will be expected to be found at the secondary consumer level in this pyramid?
Each time someone consumes another one, it takes 10% of the one before. So the 10% of 10,000 will be 1,000. So the primary consumer will have 1,000 joules. And then the secondary consumer will take 10% of that, which is 100. And then the 10% of 100 for the tertiary consumer will be 10. So the answer, the question is asking, based on the energy flow between trophic levels in an energy pyramid, how much energy will be expected to be found at the secondary consumer level in this pyramid? So each time it is consumed by 10%, the primary consumer will have 1,000, and then another 10% will be 100 joules. That's why F is the answer. G could not be the answer because it's not 10% of 1,000. And H is the primary consumer, but they asked for the secondary consumer instead of the primary. And then J is not the answer because it's not correct.
The diagram shows a partial East Texas food web. Which table correctly classifies these organisms?
So for this question, the correct answer for this one will be H. The reason why it was H is we first look at the producers. The producer is a longleaf wood oak, and the second one is a water oak. G, for F, the producer is a striped skunk, and that's already wrong because that's not a producer. For G, a producer is a longleaf wood oak and water oak, so G is a maybe. But for G, the primary consumer, it says a field sparrow, a white-footed mouse, beetle, and ants. There are more primary consumers than just that, so G wouldn't be the answer. J, producers long, that's already wrong because, as you can see, it says longleaf wood oak, that's right. Water oaks, that's right. But then it says beetles and ants. That is not a producer. That's why H will be an answer choice.
The amount of energy the producers in this energy pyramid provide the primary consumers is 54,000 joules. From this amount, 540 joules are provided to the tertiary consumers. Based on this model, how much of the energy was provided to secondary consumers?
The question is asking for, based on this model, how much of the energy was provided to the secondary consumer. First of all, the primary consumer is 54,000. And 540 joules are provided to the tertiary consumer. So every time one consumes another one, 10% is taken from that. So 10% of 54,000 will be 5,400. Now we look at the answer choices. A is 53,460, which is not 10% of anything that we just put on the chart. B is 5,400, and they were asking for the secondary consumer. So B is the answer. C says 540, but as you can see in the question, it says 540 joules are provided to the tertiary consumer, but it's asking for the secondary consumer. So C could not be the answer. D says 54 joules, but that is not correct because that's not 10%, and that will be 10% above the tertiary consumer, but that's not correct. So B is only the correct answer.
Hello, welcome to another video. Part of a hypodermic vent food web is represented in the diagram. Which organisms are both secondary and tertiary consumers of the food web?
The question asks, which organisms are both secondary and tertiary consumers of this food web? A says the chemocenter bacteria and the amphipods. So the chemo is a producer. That's the base of the food web, and then the amphipod is the secondary consumer. So A cannot be the answer. B, it says zooplankton and mussels. Zooplankton is the secondary, so that checks out. And then the amphipods, which are second also, but it's asking for a tertiary consumer. Both the secondary and tertiary consumer, so B cannot be the answer. C says ratfish and octopuses. The ratfish is right here. They could be a secondary because of that. And the octopus is right here, and this could be a secondary and a tertiary also. D says galatid crabs and saucid fish. Saucid fish are secondary but not tertiary, and galatid crabs are secondary but not tertiary. So D cannot be the answer also. The only possible answer is C, which is true. Ratfish and octopuses are both secondary and tertiary consumers in this food web.
Hello, welcome back to another video. The food web shows the flow of energy throughout a sagebrush stipple ecosystem. Which of these organisms are in the trophic level that receives a larger percentage of the energy captured by the producers than the percentage received at the bar trophic level?
The question is asking which of these organisms are in the tropic level that receives a large percentage of the energy captured by the producers and the percentage received by at the bats tropic level. So the bats are located here. They are tertiary or secondary consumers. And we'll see, so A says mountain lions. Mountain lions are tertiary also, so they probably have the same amount as what the bat gets, so that's not the answer. B says snakes. That's also a secondary consumer, so they probably get the same amount of energy, so that cannot be the answer. C says hawks. Hawks are secondary consumers also, and they don't get as much energy as a pronghorn or insects or a ground squirrel. So C cannot be the answer. D says ground squirrels. Now ground squirrels is the answer because they straight out of the producers, and that's 10% more than what the bats get. So D is the answer.
Hello, welcome back to another video. A student is asked to draw a food web in which the same organism is a primary consumer as well as a secondary consumer. How should the organism be represented in the food? Hello, welcome back to another video. A marine ecosystem represented below. What is the loss to the environment at each of the tropic level in this ecosystem?
The question is asking what is lost to the environment at each of the tropic levels of the ecosystem. F is saying nutrients from the soil, but only the producers need nutrients from the soil, so F cannot be the answer. G says living space for the organisms. Every time you eat someone, you make more space, so that is not true. And H says food sources. That's a possibility, but let's look at J. J says heat, and each time you eat something, you lose heat and energy. So that's the correct answer that we're looking for. J is the answer, and H is not, because food sources, there's always going to be food sources.
A terrestrial food web is shown below. Which of the following lists only organisms that are secondary consumers in this food web? Well, secondary consumers are mostly carnivores that feed on primary consumers and herbivores. So the answer would be H. Because the spiders consume the herbivores, insects, and primary consumers. The foxes consuming the primary consumers like the rabbits and squirrels and the herbivore. The owls and hawks because it's also consuming the primary consumers and the herbivores. And the snakes because it's consuming primary consumers and herbivores. So the answer will be H. And everything's still eliminated. Which of the following are missing from the food web shown below? It's not F because the phytoplankton is the producers. It's not H because the baleen whales consumes the zooplankton and the phytoplankton, making it an omnivore. And it's not J because the predators are the killer whales and the sea lions. Which is left is G.
Hello, welcome back to another video. The Texas blind salamander lives in the Edward Aquafina region around San Marcos, along with other species. The salamander lives in total darkness in the underground crevices of the cave of the aquifer region. The table lists some of the organisms that live in this environment and the food sources in the energy pyramid for these aquafina cave dwellers. Which of the following will be placed at the bottom? The correct answer just won't be C. The reason why this will be placed at the bottom of the food web is because C is a food source, so it will be at the bottom of the food chain.
Now let's look at A. Snails. Snails eat protozoa. So A is wrong. And then B also eats the protozoas for a food source, as you can see here. And the snails are right here. So B cannot be the answer. And then D is a consumer, so that cannot be the answer. The only thing that will be placed at the bottom, that could be placed at the bottom, is a protozoa. So the answer is C.
Hello, welcome to another video. The photographer shows monarch butterflies landing on plants where there are thousands of other monarch butterflies. These butterflies feed on milkweed plants as they travel south for the winter, covering a distance of 5,000 kilometers or more each year. However, the populations of these butterflies have been steadily declining over the last 20 years. What is the most likely reason the population of these butterflies have been declining?
The question is asking, what is the most likely reason the population of these butterflies has been declining? A says the number of bird species evolving to prey on butterflies has increased. That could be a possibility, so we just put a question mark. B says the butterflies are evolving to tolerate cold weather in the northern United States and southern Canada. That cannot be the answer because they always have to travel south due to the cold weather. So B is not the answer. C says the increase in yearly temperature has warmed the northern habitats. That is not the answer also. D says the number of milkweed plants along the butterflies migratory tour route has decreased. That could be the answer. Let's read the question. It says the photograph shows monarch butterflies landing on plants where there are thousands of other monarch butterflies. These butterflies feed on milkweed plants as they travel south for the winter, covering distances of 5,000 kilometers or more each year. However, the population of these butterflies has been steadily declining over the last 20 years. So the most likely reason the butterflies could be decreasing is because the number of milkweed plants along the butterflies migratory route has been decreased. That is the answer because that's a necessity for the butterflies to go into that route. So D is the answer, and A cannot be the answer because the butterflies, even though they increase, they still need to prey on the milkweed flowers or plants. So D is the only one because it says that the plants are eaten by the butterflies, and the butterflies need to feed on the plants to go through a migration. Hello and welcome back to another video. In recent years, humans have interfered with the natural balance within deer population with various ecosystems. The interference includes eliminating predators of the deer, which of the following statements correctly describes the long-term outcome of this interference.
So for this question, it's asking, what is the long-term outcome of this inference? Now, what we're trying to find out is why and how have the humans interfered with the natural balance within the deer populations in varieties ecosystem. So let's look at the answer choices. The deer that are faster and most agile will survive and reproduce. That is wrong. The deer's population will be too large to be supported by the producers. That's a maybe. Other browsing species will thrive and out-compete the deer. That's wrong. The producer will evolve into species that are less palatable to the deer. So the answer would be G, because it's the only one that makes sense. The deer population will be too large to be supported by the producers.